How's it going, everybody? Welcome to a totally random stream. My name is Guillaume. I'm a live sound engineer that runs this YouTube channel, the one that you're watching right now, where I talk pretty much about anything that could be interested if you are interested for you. If you are in the world of live sound or live production or stuff that I do here. Subscribe to know more about the channel. Make sure to like this video if you liked it. And first, let me say hi to Rolf. Good to see you, man. I miss you guys on Monday. Usually, if it's your first time here, because I'm trying to post this video for into a couple new group, so I can maybe grow my audience a little bit. I'm just driving here. If you are a regular for the channel and you notice that I didn't stream on Monday, it's because I was sick, man. If you think that I look bad right now, you should have seen me on Monday. Actually, I have a post on my channel. I had allergic reaction for the first time to something unknown still. So I don't know what's going to happen with that. All I know is now I feel better, and now I need to get some stuff ready. I need to get some stuff ready for the wing, because the wing is going to leave with me. Actually, there's a couple things happening. Because this is not a regular stream, I can tell you guys some stuff that I usually won't tell on the Monday stream, because, you know, only the people that are interested in what I do will watch this one. Good and bad news. Maybe a good news for you, or a bad news for you, but a good one for me. This wing's going to be up for sale today. I just commit to it. Today, the wing is going to be up for sale. I'm going to announce it on Reverb, maybe live later today, because I plan on streaming for a long time today. So I may take a break. I may do some other stuff. If you guys want to stick around, feel free to join the ride and join in, do a little bit of way with me, and feel free to hop off whenever you feel tired. But the plan, okay, let me first tell you the plan for today. Setting up my show, taking the wing, and putting my phone on hold. I'm working right now, thank you very much. I'm always forgetting to put my phone in silent mode when I'm doing these live streams. But the plan is, I'm going to set up the show. I'm going to take a picture of the wing. So we're going to do this together. And once the wing is out, I'm going to pause the stream for a minute or two. I'm going to set up everything, and I'm going to go Pro 1. I'm going to switch the console in the studio for the Pro 1. We got to build that setup, because the wing is going to leave for a show tomorrow, and it's probably not going to be back in the studio for a while. It's going to be up for sale on Reverb if you guys are interested. It's going to ship with the case that I've built. We'll see what's happening with that. But I want to take a break for the channel for a while of the wing. Not because I'm going away from the wing, if you guys read between the line here. But I'm going to focus on the Pro 1 and other stuff for just a little while. And after that, once we officially get answer on when we're gonna get the rack version and the compact version, because Behringer leaked out the compact version on social media. Oh, actually, somebody leaked, not Behringer. Somebody leaked a picture of the compact on social media. So I want to buy a compact. It's not a secret. I've been seeing this for years. So I believe before they get released, people want to get wing. People want to buy wing because, you know, they broke their screen and they want to get a new one. So I wanna sell my wing. I believe the best time, you know, to sell it. Rolf said, "Be careful when you sell your wing. I sold mine twice and I returned back. And it returned back to me both times." What do you mean? People send it back to you, or you bought a new one? Because I'm not going away from the wing. That's the thing that you don't understand. The big plan is, and I'm not afraid to say it, right now, what I own, the kind of console that I own is this wing. I own 3 Pro 1. I have two DL31 and a DL251. Console-wise, I have some other stuff. I have wireless microphone and everything. I'm basically starting a business at some point. I had a X32 core with my DL251. That was my bar gig. DL251 X32 core and an iPad. And I want to move away from that. I already sold the core. I want to move away from that, and I want to sell the DL251 to get a wing rack. And it's going to be 24 input. We saw the leak of that, of the wing rack. It's going to be 24 input, and that's going to be the setup that I'm going to use in those, small bar gigs. I'm going to limit myself to 24 input plus tracks if needed. If a band show up with USB, I'm just going to connect the USB in the back of the rack, and it's going to pretty much become my small mobile rig. 24 input is going to be enough. Well, I don't know if there will be more quarter inch, maybe in the future. I don't know if the stuff's going to be quarter inch in the back. The leak picture are not final revision of the stuff. For some reason, in the production line, Behringer could decide to only have 8 combo jack and 16 regular XLR in the back of the wing rack. Wing compact in the wing rack, what I want to say. And we'll see. But anyway, that's going to be more than enough for what I need. 16 on the X32 rack was a little too small, but 24, I could do most band with 24. You could do a decent drum mic. You can have, stereo guitars, and you can have, enough vocals, and, all the backing tracks are not run to your physical input. You run them over USB. So you sacrifice a group of 8 for your USB, because I'm pretty sure it's going to have all the channel. It's just not going to have the physical input preamp. So I believe that's going to be enough. So that's the plan. I want to get a X32 rack, and I always want to have something that is compatible with that to mix front of house when I want to do a split gig. Because most of the time on my show, I used to run my X32 core as a monitor console for the band. I set it up, I do a show with just the core. I set everybody's in-ear for that. And after that, I just let the band handle, the level on their end. I'm splitting digitally. I'm just running a single AS50 line to front of house, and I'm going to mix myself. I want to get a compact for that, and I want to get a rack for the stage. That's going to be my stage box and my monitor console, or my just a small rig, doing everything on an iPad setup. And when I want to mix front of house and when I want to pursue the YouTube thing, it's going to be a compact in the future. I don't know when. It may take a full year before we see that stuff, but I think I have enough video on the wing for now. If something show up, I can still show it with the software, do like a tutorial on the software, because I think I know the beast good enough to show you guys some stuff over the software. It's gonna be fine. So I'm not going away. I'm just taking a momentary break until something gets released. I have no information when the stuff's going to be released officially. We all know it's coming soon. The stuff that have been leaked, say probably this year. So probably before Christmas, I would put my hand at least on the rack version, and we'll see what's happening with the compact. I have no idea about official release for that. So let's move on to the plan of today, which is doing a show on the wing, prepping a show on the wing, and after that, we're going to change to the Pro 1. I want to rebuild the studio with you guys. So it's going to be a smooth sell. We're not going too fast, and we're going to take time to, rebuild some stuff. And I'm basically adapting a show from a band that I probably have somewhere in the library, and I'm going to make sure it will fit the bill for what I need to do tomorrow. Let me load the show. Let me get my stuff back, my user control and my talkback mic Let me get that back working when I load the new show, and we'll see what's happening with that. Now, let's see if I'm doing this. We have the view of my top view of the console. Let's see if I can import a show and keep my show control, my camera setup here available. I would like to load a show of everything except this. And if I don't find it in my library, I'm probably gonna just build one from scratch. But I probably have a show that is really, really close to where I want to end up. So let's see what's happening with that. If I'm doing... Oh, that's cool. Hold on, guys. I didn't know that, but I can scroll with the jog wheel in the library. That's nice. Okay. So, let's see if I can find my friend Simon's show that I've already done 2 years ago on the wing. And if it's somewhere, could it be Simon 2023? That's a show file. That's not a snap file. Okay. If you don't find a show that you had before, maybe it's because it was on a previous firmware, and previously before 2.0 or 1.13, the snap file were stored somewhere else, and they were when the update happened, they were stored where I'm going to show you guys. I have a video about this if you guys didn't follow along. V Studio, what's up, man? Welcome to a totally random stream where I'm gonna build a show. Okay, so let me dig into this and we'll see if I have that show file somewhere. Library, show, nothing there. Was it global? It's been a while since I've done this. Yeah, snapshot. Okay, now we're talking. I probably have something that looks close enough for my friend Simon. I only seem to have 2 shows from my friend Simon. Let's try this one. It's June 3rd, 2023. This one is album launch on 2022 10/11. That's probably not it. Let's see if I have something else anywhere. Oh, that's the routing preset of the channel. Nope. Scenes, no. That's gonna be it. Okay. Let's see if I can load a show and save a couple things. I want to keep my live stream set up, basically. So, Simon Wing. I want to do partial load. I want to have everything except channel 40. I don't want that to change. I don't want my main one to change because that's going to be my streaming bus. I don't want the surface to change. And the custom control. And the custom control, I want none except this one. The GPIO can change. User DAW can change. So I want the surface to change. So it's gonna load everything except channel 40, main one, and my custom control. If that fails, I'm just going to rebuild them from scratch. You guys will have to give me a minute to do this here. So, maybe the sound's going to drop. Maybe, the audio interface can drop because I don't know the config of that for the internal USB of the console. Let's have a surprise together and see what happened if I'm loading this, which I believe is the correct way to do this. It's been a while since I've played around with the wing, and it's been a while since I've done some funky recall like I'm doing right now. Oh, maybe the effects block will be wrong, but I don't mind rebuilding them quickly. So let's see if this is working. Load. Is this going? Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, hey, hey. All right. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Channel 45. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, hey, hey. Now we should have volume. All right. This is compressing a lot in the 1176. This is compressing a lot in the 1176. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, 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 hey. That's the main out. Hey, hey, hey. Maybe you guys can hear me, right? Let's see what's going on here. Okay, so I'm definitely going really loud. And you guys can probably hear me. Can you guys hear me on the stream? Can anybody just confirm that you guys hear me? And this is probably loud. This is probably way too loud. Around -18 should be good for this one. And I'm going to go here. Oh, yeah, you guys can hear me. My mastering bus, that's good. Hey, 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 hey. I could give it just a little bit more. There we go. -18 on the 1176. Give me just a little bit of compression here, and I can go into the limiter, and I could give it a dB or 2. Or 3. Do I have background music? And I hear it too. All right. Just my monitoring preference. My source mix is not there. I'm back to business. I'm good. What about you guys? Good? Anybody give me a thumbs up? Do you have control of my camera? I do. Oh. No background music. It should be back. And now, for some reason, I have to hold my custom control, because otherwise, if I leave it, it switch. So, I'm just going to fix that quickly. I'm going to go here, talking, and I'm going to change that from a CC push to a toggle, because it's expecting a toggle. Toggle 1. Toggle 1. Come on. All right, we're good. Thank you, Ralph. Okay, so everything is back. We can start to look at what's going on here on the show of my friend Simon. This is looking pretty interesting. For some reason, I have no kick, which is weird, because I'm pretty sure that my input 1 should be kick. And right now I'm on alternate mode, and I'm gonna switch that right away. Okay, makes more sense now. I'm gonna double check my routing just to make sure that it makes sense. Again, on my channel and on my main, I want A1. I basically want to have A in order everywhere. So kick, snare top, snare bottom, floor. Snare bottom could be hi-hat too, depend. Tom, floor, overheads, left and right, 7, 8. Maybe it's a little bit small for you guys. Ride, bass guitar, Simon's guitar in stereo, guitar player guitar in stereo, keyboard. We do not have the pad on this show. We do not have a bass synth. And it's not a bass. Okay, is it the right band? Okay, I believe it is. Or I can probably work with this. My friend Simon's vocal guitar. That's not bass synth. This should be a bass vocal. Drum vocal, saxophone. And I'm gonna need to change that. And those are all tracks coming back in the day from my X32 Core. I was sending out my is it the end of the track? Yes, it was. Okay. I'm trying out something new with the background music, by the way, guys. Tell me if it's too loud or anything, because this is some background music that I made myself with Logic AI instrument. So it's just a loop, a 20-minute loop that's changing pretty much at random. I'm gonna try to raise it up just a little bit so I can hear it well. Let me know. It's just, to fill the void. Okay, so I should have everything that I need there. And like I was saying, I'm using, or I was using the X32 Core as a audio interface. My vocal is gone. A. If I don't turn off the background music instead, it should be good. Yeah, I dropped my vocal, right? Thank you very much for pointing that out. All right, because I do not hear the same thing as you guys. So we're back in business. So like I was saying, I was using back in the day my X32 Core as a audio interface when I was running Backtrack. I was sending out my 32 preamp from, well, actually it was 48 from a DL251, but I was using the last 8 channel available on that AS50 line. AS50 line is a bidirectional 48 channel set up on the X32 when you are running at 48K. So you can send to 48 channel and you can get back 48 channel on a single RJ45 cable. So, I was sending the last 8, so 40 to 48. I was sending in the X32 Core my first 8 channel of USB, which were my backing track. Basically, back vocal, perks, sound effects, keyboards, bass, and stereo, because we had some bass effects, rumbling in stereo, and some backup guitar. I was sending all that to, the last line, or maybe more than the last line. Maybe I was using 16. But anyway, I was sending that from the X32 Core, and I was just rerouting that. Everything was happening in the X32 Core and sent it back to me at front of house. And that used to be my setup. Nowadays, especially for the show that we're going to have tomorrow, we decided to go dead simple. It's going to be drum, bass, guitar, 1 acoustic guitar for Simon, the lead singer, and 4 back vocal. 5 back vocal, 5 back vocal. Everybody has a vocal. So that's going to be it. So I want to make sure that I got that nail on the console, and we got to check it out, make sure that everything is good. I'm loading this show because it's probably the closest that I have setup-wise and mix-wise, in-ear monitor mix-wise, because I'm doing in-ear mixes myself. And I believe it's the right drummer that I have, and I believe it's the right singer and keyboard player that I have for that show. So it should be really, really close. I only have a replacement guitar player and a replacement bassist for that show. Substitute, like we call them, subs. I have 2 subs for that gig, guitar and bass, and we'll see how close I can get to set up something. And let's be honest, a bass player in your mix and a bass player or a guitar player mix, even if you change the player, you're gonna be 90% there. You know, some bass player like to have the snare more than the bass drum. Some bass player like to have the kick really loud and not else of the drum, but he's gonna want to have his bass and his vocal loud in his ear and a mix of the band. So if I'm starting with this, it's not gonna be dead on. It's not gonna be plug and play, but I will be, again, 90% there. I'm just gonna adjust a couple things, a couple level, but it should be really good for that player. It should be working right off the bat, and we're just gonna make sure that he's got good stuff happening in his ear. All right. Just let me do something on my voice first. Source extractor is not working right now. Okay. I don't like the breathing sound. When so I just use the source extractor to get rid of them. All right, let's dive into this. Let's go first input. Let's see what's going on here. Let's go kick. Let's go ohm. Gain at 2 doesn't seem right. And I don't know what microphone this is, but I know this is not going to be right. I know I'm going to have my Bayer Dynamic D71C, and the EQ here kind of tell me that it should be my D71C, but I'm going to set the gain to somewhere that is closer to usually where I put this microphone with this drummer. The reason I can do this from the top of my head is I've been working for this drummer, this specific guy, and his specific kit and these specific microphone for years. I've been working with that drummer for almost 15 years now, and he only had 2 different drum kit. And it's been 7 or 8 years that we have the same bass drum microphone, the exact same mic, in the same bass drum with the same player. So I kind of know where usually things are sitting. You know, if one day he's feeling really like he wants to hit the bass drum really loud, maybe I can drop it a notch. But sometimes I just leave it as is, to not changing it the day after. So I can kind of set up my gain, kind of knowing where that's going to sit, because I know the guys so well and I've done it for so many years. So this is why I can kind of guess where I want to end up with these settings. Snare top, well, okay, same thing. This is a condenser microphone. This is a Bayer Dynamic D57, which has nothing to do with the Shure SM57. It's a condenser microphone, so I know de-esser. Oh yeah, to get rid of hi-hat. I'm using this, yeah, because I'm using a condenser and I'm picking up a lot of hi-hat, so I'm in the snare top. I'm using a de-esser to get rid of the hi-hat. I think I want to change that on my snare. I think I want to go no stressor. And absolutely no gate and no insert on that one. I could, if I really want to, have a reverb inserted there on the snare top. Usually this is what I do, but we'll see what's going on with that. Okay, no, I'm gonna move on for now. Let's take a look at what we got, because I had an idea. Usually I don't use a snare bottom. Usually I use a fake snare bottom. I do have a video about that where I replaced the snare bottom mic or the snare bottom channel with a white noise in a reverb, and I'm probably gonna show you guys this. But let's just dive into what's going on here. Snare top, snare bottom, tom. Actually, let's take a look at the snare bottom. Yeah, it's going to be condenser 2. And I'm going to leave the gain fairly low on that one. Yeah, maybe 9 is going to be enough. Okay, tom, it's going to be a condenser microphone again, and gain around 9 to 12. Let's go 12. Let's go loud. It's going to be loud with my microphone, with my drummer in the setup that I know of. I don't know why, for some reason, the setup did not follow for the gain. Really weird. Let's take a look at what else we got going here. Okay, so kicks, that's good. Snare, all condensers on the drum. That's good, that's good, that's good. And, oh, hold on. I have no monitor mix. Why is that? That's really weird. I have 4 effects. They are like doubled. I have no monitor mix on that show because I was not doing monitor from front of house. Oh my god. Okay, so we're gonna build something from scratch then. Okay. Okay, before we dive into this, I'm gonna try load the other show that I have and see if for some reason I have monitor mix in there. I know my friend Simon's that foof. I probably did that all by myself, so I probably had. Let's see if I can have a show where I have monitor. I don't have monitor mix on. Okay. The bugged USB 1. I know it's my friend Simon. From March. I don't know. Let me try this one. No, that's just a show. That's not. That's not a snap file. Okay, let's go on this one, and I'm gonna build because this one is pretty. I believe will be clean. Yeah, this one will be clean. So let's see what I can do with this one, and I'm just gonna reassign a couple stuff. Okay, moving on. This is gonna be a clean setup from a clean setup. Okay. I need some coffee. We're gonna need to get the machine going. Let's go. Okay, so kick is good. It's a good starting point because from now on I do not have a show here. We'll actually have a show. Starting point, good. The toms, no, that's okay. You see, that's not good. I'm gonna replace that with easy 160. Yeah, we're gonna check that out soon. That's gonna be a good starting point for these toms. I do not like the drummer. For some reason, I cannot get enough volume for the tom with them. That's my, okay, actually, that's my overhead trick. You guys can see that. In my overhead, when I'm miking overhead from the top, I don't like my snare to get too loud. So when I have a snare hit on my overhead, I'm using sidechain. I'm using channel 2 as a key source to trigger my overhead, probably something closer to this, to reduce the volume of the overhead by a lot and really fast. And it's just grabbing on the snare, hit. Every time the drummer hit, it just ducked the overhead a little bit. So, and it's only be when he's really loud too. So this is why my overheads are not getting too harsh, and my snare drum doesn't get too loud when, you know, the drummer is really hitting on it, because it's compressed the overhead and the snare mic is also compressed, so it's keep it even. My goal is, when I'm doing live sound, to not be too dynamic. I want to keep everything in the pocket, you know, I want to keep everything where it's supposed to sit in the mix, and I don't want to get too dynamics with this band. If I were mixing a jazz band, it will be another story. But doing a rock band, that's kind of where I want to end up, you know. So I want to have my kick being at the same place. I want to have my bass to have a really cool low end with a little bit of mid-range, you know, to hear the definition. And I want to have my guitar. Well, electric guitar is usually a big block of sound anyway. It's all compressed. And I want to have my vocals sitting on top of that volume-wise, and I also want that to not move ever. So let's see what I have after the drum, but that's a really good starting point. The ride, probably not going to use that. Actually, you know what? I'm going to change my mind. I don't want to have the ride. I know for the bass player that we're going to have, I want to have a wet-dry setup. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy my bass channel, and I'm going to use 2 lines. I'm going to use one with probably a cab simulator, and I want to use a clean DI with only low end into it. First, let me copy paste my channel. I want to go, well, all copy. My target is here. That's my target. Destination, this channel 9. Copy. Oh, the name didn't follow. I can change that. Let's go name, bass, DI. And I'm gonna change the icon for a bass. Give me a bass. Bass. Is this a bass? Bass. Bass DI. All right. That's good. And I'm going to change the color of this to blue. Is it the right blue? That's the right. Is it this one? Oh, that's this one. That's the right blue. All right. Feeling better. Overview. Good. I want to change the EQ first because I want this, like I said, to be a wet, dry setup or a DI only for low end setup. The way I'm gonna take the signal from the bass player is the bass player is not gonna have an amp. He's only gonna have a pedal board. But I'm gonna use my DI, and I'm gonna ask the bass player to change the setup a little bit for me. His bass is gonna end up in his tuner first. This is usually how pedal board are set up. You go in the tuner first. That way, if you want to tune your instrument, you only get, you have only a dry signal, no effects, no nothing. Nothing can affect the tuner reading. So what I'm going to ask the bass player is if he can give me a couple, or I'm going to bring extra jack just in case. I'm going to bring 1/4-inch jack, and I'm going to insert a DI just after the tuner. The reason is when a musician hit his tuner pedal, it's gonna make the signal go away. The tuner acting as a mute in 99.9% of the situation. I'm gonna mute the bass player from there. I'm gonna take a clean track. No effects, no nothing, no EQ from his preamp or distortion, because the guy's got a lot of stuff going. I'm gonna take a DI from there. Just a clean bass into the tuner for a mute. Doesn't affect the signal at all, other than muting the signal when I don't need it. It's gonna mute. I'm gonna take that and I'm gonna apply just like a crossover just for the low end thing. So I'm not gonna use a low cut, I'm gonna use an high cut on this one. And I'm gonna set it up so we can do it from here. I'm going to set it up so it only give me subs signal. I don't know where the sub crossover point will be for my PA that day, but usually 120 is around the highest you will get for most sound system for sub. Some of them is 90, some of them is 120. I'm gonna go 120, and I'm gonna do the same thing with the low cut on the second bass track. You see, this is channel 8. I'm gonna go to channel 9, and I'm gonna do 120. That way, I have a full range instrument, and I can maybe low cut that a little bit. I don't need 45 hertz on the bass. Well, maybe I could. Hold on. Let's have fun here. First, 9 is going to be my affected channel. This is where all the effects, the distortion, all the crazy stuff that you want to add to this bass signal is going to happen. But me, for front of house, I'm going to keep channel 8 clean, compress it a little bit, you know. Maybe relax the compression on this. This is probably going to, you know, make the needle move a lot. With this setting, I'm probably going to go 21. And output will be set up to taste. So I'm going to keep it low for now. I don't want my bass my low end to overpower everything. And I want to, you know, I want to make it like if it was one channel, but with separate EQ. So I can always keep the low end rumbling. And if the bass player want to have effect, crazy stuff going, to add color, it's all gonna happen in the higher range. But me, for front of house, I could keep that, you know, fat, kick in the chest kind of feel and not being affected by whatever crazy stuff's happening. If the bass player decided to go, but he has distortion on it, I'm gonna lose the low end. Because distortion pedal usually tend to cut on the low end most of the time. Not all of them. Somebody can probably figure out a way to tell me, oh, this pedal from Dark Glass doesn't affect the low end. It has a low pass on it, so it will allow the low end to not affect the distortion, but not in this case. So this is what I do to avoid having that happening by mistake. I want to make sure that I keep my band, you know, as uniform as possible. And yeah, this is where I want to head out. Dominic, hi from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. First seeing you live. Well, it's the first time I've seen you live too. Hello from Montreal, Canada. Welcome to the live stream, man. This is a totally random one. I'm just setting up a show here, and we're gonna go over some stuff the whole day. I'm gonna be live for a while today, having fun. All right, so let's go back to that bass. That's gonna be my low end bass DI, and I'm gonna rename that to DI. But I want to change to actually I want to remove the DI and bass effects, bass effects. There you go. Let's go back to here. That way, I have all my low end information intact. I can process that separately from everything else that's going to happen. I'm probably want to restart that EQ to 0. That's probably going to be more like it for a start. And go to the pouch to head to a show. Love your videos. Oh man, thank you very much. I really appreciate when I get a comment like this. Thank you very, very, very much. I hope you learned something. I hope this is helpful. You're going out to mix a show tonight, Dominic? Or tonight? It's noon. I didn't finish up my coffee. It's noon, and I keep saying tonight. I need to finish that coffee. All right. So this is pretty much what I want to do on the low end bass. I want to have it, you know, steady rumble, low end, and that's it. But on the effects base, I probably want to have this EQ, and I'm going to add something. Let's go crazy here for a minute. Because I do not have any kind of amplifier in the first 2 block, well, other than this, I'm going to use an effects. I'm going to use an effects block. Here, I have some empty, stuff available. I have some weird stuff here, like channel 35. Hold on, what is channel 35? I don't know what that is. I don't know why I have this on, so I'm gonna use this. I'm gonna use that effects block because I have no idea why it's there. I'm gonna go confirm, and I'm gonna change the effects type. I don't want this to be an amp. I want this to be a standard, and it's up to debate, but I think I want to go with the Sans amp overdrive, and I basically just want to have this for the cab simulation. I don't want, preamp's gonna be set to like 1, so it still put signal through it. Drive's gonna be set to 1, so I still get signal through it. I'm basically gonna zero out pretty much all that stuff. Is it the preamp that you need to run? No, I think it's the preamp that you need to run to 7 to get clean signal from the Sans amp. It's now on with the cab simulation on. This is what I want to get. Basically, the cab simulation is like having a 421 in front of a bass cab. It's an impulse response, and they had it, they have it in the Sans amp. This is why it sounds good. And this is why I wanted to replicate here. I don't want to color much the sound. I just want to have the EQ shape of the impulse response when I'm going to have some effects going into this. When I'm going to have distortion, I'm going to use Glenn Fricker's term here. I don't want it to sound like a fried a-hole. So this is the plan. I'm going to use this as a safety net for a higher frequency curve. I could do it with an EQ, but it's never as good as an impulse response. So on my effects base, I'm going to use this, and I'm going to use the color box here to maybe bring back some EQ if ever needed. But I'm going to try to be as out of the way as possible when it comes to the effects. I want to let the musician, put his color to it. I don't want to tame what he's doing. I don't want to, beat in the way. I just want to make sure, I just want to contain it so it's within the limit, but I want to let him be as free as he wants in those lines. Dominic, always learning. Festival show with a band I've been for 26 years. Nice, man. Tomorrow I'm going out with my friend Simon, which is, we're close on 15. So I hope we're going to see what's going to happen in 15 more years. So far, it's been a fun ride. Let's see what's going to happen. Moving on, before I start to cry and be nostalgic and everything. So I'm going to have my bass DI, my bass effects. That's good. I'm going to have my friend Simon's guitar. That's only... the only thing that I do here is a little bit of dynamic EQ on the mid-range, around 1K-ish. Yeah, actually 1K, a maximum gain reduction of 3 dB. Basically, what I'm doing with this is whenever he's singing, the mid-range of the guitar is going to go away. That's about it. And I think I'm doing the same thing for my other guitar. Yes, I do. And guitar-wise, as you can see, there is not much happening. It's just a low cut starting. Okay, maybe that's a little bit high. Let's have a starting point somewhere around 85, 87. Electric guitar, that should be closer to 120. And no EQ, no nothing. Just a little mid-range dip, and I'm using the key source. I'm using sidechain here from 15 just to duck the guitar, and I could probably open up the Q for this. Is it the maximum that's gonna go? Yeah, it's the maximum it's gonna go. Can I do the same thing? Yeah. I'm gonna open up the Q. I just basically want to, just EQ out a little bit when the singer is there, just to let the vocal go easier through the PA, so you don't have to ride your vocal as loud, or you don't have to send as much vocal energy in the PA to get it to sound where you want it to be. It's gonna move the guitar out of the way when the vocal is singing. Wing amp is great. Love the TC reverb for acoustic. Yes. Actually, for acoustic guitar, because my friend Simon's only going to play acoustic guitar in that show, I can try something. I can try the, what's the effect for that? Let me see. Can I, that's, my stuff is all over the place. Delay reverb, that's my bass. What's that on bus 8? I don't know, and I'm gonna take that away. Stereo chorus. Do I have a chorus on that show? No, I don't. Okay, maybe I have another one. I have full of empty effect space. I'm gonna try the body res. On acoustic guitar, this is great. It's adding some body, it's adding some harmonics in the low end, and it's just, I don't know what they do there, TC, but when you add that on acoustic guitar and you play with how much body you want, it's just sound great. I'm gonna leave it to default 25, and we'll see what's gonna happen with that. Actually, I'm gonna leave it off for now. I don't want that to interfere, but it's gonna be there, it's gonna be ready for my acoustic guitar. On my electric guitar, usually I keep it as simple as I can. I just do nothing on them. Whatever the guitar player is offering me as a start, we debate on that. And most of the time, most of the players that I work with are really good at nailing guitar tones, so I don't have to do anything. It's a great addition to round it up and have harmonics. Yeah. Did I just jinx myself by turning it off? Or should I put it off? Or should I leave it off and not turning it on? We'll see. We'll see what's going to happen with that. Keyboard-wise, let me change my tag. No, where is the icon? There we go. Keyboard is going to be keyboard. Which one should I use? This one? I like this one. There we go. Keyboard with an extend. Oh, keyboard with an extend. There we go. All right. Keyboard. Not much happening on the keyboard, to be honest. Again, when somebody show up with something like a Nord Stage, really good sounding keyboard that worth the price of a car, and they're using the beautiful piano tone in there, I usually leave it the way it is. In doubt, when you're doing live sound, if you know you have really good source, if you know you have really good sample coming from your playback, if you have really good keyboards with people that know what they're doing and they took time in studio to set up their tone, or they're using, most of the time the factory tones are working really good on keyboard, leave it. On the channel strip, leave it as is. This is probably in PA that is not reproducing the sound that you have there. Because it's the two factor, and I don't know who the sound engineer is that I saw the other day in an interview. I believe it was with Warren Ewart from Produce Like a Pro. He was talking about the difference between live and studio stuff. And the difference is, in live situation, the PA can lie to you. It's not because you're sending something into the amplifier of that PA that it's going to reproduce it the way that you think it will. Where in the studio, you have speakers that are perfectly tuned for that room in a perfectly tuned environment. If the speaker doesn't give it to you, it's because it's not there. Where when you're mixing live, it's not because you're sending it into the PA that it's going to reproduce it to you. So you have to tweak out the PA for that. You do not have to tweak the channel strip. That's the big difference. That's the huge difference between, you know, trusting your PA or trusting your reference. My reference when I'm doing live shows is usually my in-ears. I'm bringing with me a pair of Shure 846, and if I have a mix sounding the way I think it should in those in-ears, and when I raise up my master, it doesn't sound the way it should, I have to work on the PA. I have to work on the main out EQ. I have to work on my compression, sometimes dividing, you know, if I have control over the subs versus the top. I'm working on that. I'm leaving the channel strip alone. And that's something that I've learned, you know, after many, many years. If everything on the console, listening to something that you know. Yes, Harley, I'm switching with the wing. I'm switching camera with the wing. It's just a custom control. I have a video about that, but I can show you quickly. It's a custom control that I have here. I'm sending out a MIDI toggle, MIDI channel 1, MIDI CC1 to my OBS software. And in OBS, I'm just switching camera. You could do the same thing with the Blackmagic stuff, I believe. I believe they listen to MIDI, so you would have to map the right command in here. You know, if you're controlling something in MIDI that you can remap or you cannot remap, you can decide whatever unit you need to change. But the Wing Custom Control can send pretty much everything MIDI to controlling a software. Let's say that if I really want to, I could send MIDI toggle, CC push, note, or program change, and that will allow me to trigger, you know, option on other device over MIDI. And everything is plugged into USB. I'm running a single cable USB to my computer, and I'm changing everything, and I'm sending out sound with the Wing. So my microphone over here is connected to the Wing, and I send it out to, hold on. And I'm sending out to everything into OBS. I'm doing all my mastering for live all on the Wing. And my camera changing is happening there. So basically, yes, I just leave everything the way it is for on the instrument side, and I tweak out the PA to reproduce what I want or what I have on the console to the audience. Because again, when you are a live sound engineer, you don't work for yourself. You work for the audience. You don't work, or you work actually for the artist. You want to take the vision of the artist and you want to reproduce it into a big PA. And sometimes it means not sounding that good at front of house position, but if you take a walk around your full venue, you're there to please as much people as you can. Meaning sometimes, you know, system tech try to cheat. When you have a really good system tech, he can move the summation of sub array from front of house position to everywhere in the room, but usually when they do not have enough subwoofer, they will do like, you know, put all the subs together at the front, so that way you have the power alley of the sub at front of house, and it's going to sound really good for you. It's going to sound, you know, like that bass drum is hitting you in the chest, but if you walk around the venue, you are the only one to live that. So what I do in those situations, I ask if we can move the subs. If they are on dolly and you just can move, left and right the subs, you do it. So it's going to be a more even sound. And when you can't, well, I'm usually suffering. I'm usually suffering that. So I crank the sub too much. So the people that are not in the power alley of the subs are, having enough low end. So yeah, that's basically it. Ralph, I think you'll have to rethink the podcast setup when you replace the wing. I'm curious to see the new setup. Well, it's going to happen as soon as we're done with this show. I'm going to try to do it live. I'm going to see if I can, make that happen and how I'm going to make it happen. You got a point there. I'm not really sure how I'm going to set up my camera switching thing from the Pro1. There is no custom control on the Pro1. Well, actually, there is. There are the assigned key. I don't know if they can send MIDI. I don't know if I will have to convert something to MIDI. I don't know if I can use the internet. I don't think I can use the Ethernet port for that. We're going to dive into this. Maybe I will have to switch with my keyboard here because I have a wireless keyboard with a trackpad on it. Those little Logitech, they work great. I have that handy just in case I need to, write something on YouTube, or if somebody is acting incorrectly, I can ban somebody really quickly. I can just hand over here, click on their name, and I can, ban people or do whatever needed at the time with the keyboard over there. So worst case scenario with the Pro1, I can switch with the keyboard. I can either set up custom key, or I can either go arrow up and down in OBS and change my setup. But yeah, I will have to rethink about this. So I don't know. Should I go with when I'm doing the Pro1? Should I go sideways or should I go facing that way? Because I was watching some of my older video where I had the wing set up this way and I had a GoPro over there, and I thought it was looking more welcoming. But with this background, with this setup, I don't know if I can do it. Maybe I need to rethink my full setup and I need to go back to where I was further in that room, where back in the day I used to have a drum set up here. But it's been a while since I had that happen. So yeah, I'm curious to see what's going to happen with that because I didn't thought out of everything already. It's not all pre-done. All right, so let's try to move on. We have our keyboard done. Actually, I have a compressor on that keyboard, and I want to take a look at what's happening there. I'm going to change the G-Bus compressor on this one for a Fairchild, and I'm going to turn it off for now, but I really, really like the mid-side factor with this. And, hold on. Is the Fairchild a MS compressor? No. This one is just a mono, well, not a mono, but it's not a stereo compressor. It's not a mid-side compressor. Maybe if I change the input just for fun to MS, if I'm doing this and I change it to MS, will it turn that compressor to MS? No, it doesn't. Okay. No, it doesn't work the way I want it to work. Let's go stereo for my keyboard. It's going to be stereo. And this one is not going to be a mid-side. How could you... I thought you could have a mid-side compressor on a wing. Hold on. Is it... Do I need to set it up in here? The Velvet Imager could be an option if I want to have, that happen. And the first... and I cannot change for the reverb and stuff on that one. Okay. Well, I'm going to live with a compressor. Maybe something more gentle. Let's go... The Neve stuff. Let's dive into the Neve stuff. I'm really impressed by the new stuff coming out from Behringer, especially in the Neve camp. It looks like a really cool unit that is honestly really close to the real one. It's a clone, it's a Neve clone, but I think it's going to be fairly priced for what it is. I think it's going to be a great unit, especially for the price that you're going to pay for it. I didn't try it. I definitely want to get my hand on the preamp. I believe it's the 1273 that it's called from Behringer. It's a Neve clone. It's a Neve 1073 clone, but it looks like it's built as good as any other clone would be, and it's so cheap. It's so affordable that I don't see why. If it's a good preamp, forget the fact that it's a clone. If it's a good preamp, it's going to be priced fairly well. It's going to be priced fairly competitive to the other option. We'll see what's happening with that. So, okay. I keep going in and out, right? I got that on my keyboard. I'm going to set the limiter to 0. I'm gonna set the threshold at 0 dB, so that way I need to go into clipping before this thing is start to do something. I want to start subtle, and I don't want my keyboard again to really being compressed or being affected by anything. So I don't want to do like on my guitar where I have the mid-range dipping on the keyboard when I'm having my singer sing. I want them to live together. Let's see what's not gonna happen. This pad is not gonna happen. I'm probably gonna name that nothing for now, and I'm gonna change the color icon to be off. I'm just gonna turn the light off on this one. Bass, it's not gonna be a bass synth, it's gonna be a bass vocal. I need to just remove this. All right, let's go here. And that's not the input that I want this to be. Or is it? Oh, yes, it is. Okay. We'll see what's going to happen with that. So that's my channel 14. My channel I've been moved around, and we're going to take a look at that later, moving channel around. This is probably closer to what I want to have on here. So I'm going to copy paste. I'm going to do tool. And I'm going to select my destination. Copy. There we go. Trim should be set to 0. I want to make sure, yes, it does on both. Trim set to 0, and I'm going to start up with a gain. I know it's going to be in SM57, and I know a good starting point for SM57 for somebody doing back vocal is going to be gain at 30. It should make sense, and because it's a SM57 around 2.5K, adjusting between 3 and 6 dB with Q of 1 should make it smooth. We'll start with that. So, source extractor on, because I don't want my, ambient noise to add too much bleed. EQ, no stressor. I want to change that to 1176. Around -21. Output around 27. I'm gonna leave it at that. And actually, okay, now I'm gonna leave it at that. This is not going to the main out. This is only going to the verb, so I don't want to do this. And I'm gonna replace all these anyway, so that's out. Vocal bus, that's gonna go away. I'm gonna do it in a different way. That's gonna be it. My bass player will be on the right side of the PA. That's good. Okay. My friend Simon. This is where we're gonna start to have fun. First, let's take a look at the channel. I've been working with this guys for 15 years. strange enough, I have it with a 0, which it doesn't matter because it's a monovocal, so I'm just going to leave it as is just for fun. But I know the guy so well, and this is something that I would like you to do if you have the chance. With my friend Simon, when we had a sponsorship deal with Bayer Dynamic, the guys or the rep from Bayer, Natalie, if you're watching, hi. Thank you for changing our life and making me a better sound engineer by teaching me some stuff and having options to try. Thank you very much. When the rep came out, lovely Natalie showed up with 9 capsules for a wireless mic. We had all the 9 offering from Bayer Dynamic. I'm gonna go from the few that I remember because I don't remember them all because some of them are really like weirdo, like the ribbon. I know they have a wireless ribbon option if you want to have that Janis Joplin tone. They offer that. We had the D50, which is probably closer to what you guys would know as an SM58. The V56 is gonna be closer to a Beta 87. I believe it's the Beta 87A. After that, we had basically we had 2 or 3 dynamic, 3 condenser in a ribbon, and all these capsules, we end up choosing the V56 for Simon. We had option to take them all. You know, we had one of the IS condenser. I believe it's the 91. From the V91 from Bayer, which is a really high end, closer to a Neumann. It's like they tried to compete with Neumann on that level. And even if it was a more expensive mic, it's not the one that was fitting my friend Simon. As soon as he got the V56 on that microphone and said, "Hi, testing 1, 2." I felt like he was talking to me in front of me. I felt because we were doing that in-ear monitor wise, and I was in a studio booth listening to stuff. I felt like he was in front of me. And that's the capsule we stuck with for years. And it's always going to be that capsule for him. Nothing's going to sound like a Bayer V56 for his vocal. After that, I start to EQ it a little bit because, you know, the capsule itself is, I don't want to say has the fault. I don't want to say it's not perfect, but I want to say there is some correction to be made. It's not perfect. The few correction that I had to do is depending on how he feel that day. If his hearing is not really well, that EQ, that 1.6 K here, sometimes he's gonna push into that. He's gonna move. He's gonna change his vocal to sound more like this because sometimes he's losing a reference. But if he's hearing really good, I don't need to fix that. The only thing that I need to do is around 300. I need to do a little cut, maybe 6 dB. Depending on the weather that day, depending on the environment. The microphone has a little, not boost, but it has a little curve in that area that I try to bring down. And with Simon, on the other hand, it's also a frequency that is there in his voice. We all have vocal signature. Usually me, it's around the 2K that I notch really hard on that EQ for that microphone. And him is around that 300. It's there. It's just there in his voice. It's his vocal signature. So I try. I don't want to get rid of it, but I try just to bring it down a little bit when he's singing to make the vocal clear. I don't want to get rid of the body, the full chest, but I want to, have him cut through the mix. I want him to be right in his face. And when he's singing in the higher range, 300 is not a vital frequency. Well, I cannot get rid of it. I cannot remove it drastically, but between 3 and 6 dB, let's start at 3. And low cut, again, we don't have that much low-end information on his vocals, so 180, 200, depending on the day, depending on how the PA is rumbling on stage, is gonna be where I'm gonna set it up that day, because it's changing from time to time, you know. Sometimes, oh, did I lose a camera? Hold on. I didn't lose the top one. Okay. You know, it's live, huh? You never know what's gonna happen. Hold on. Let me... Okay. Well, give me a minute here. Front camera ran out of battery. We're gonna keep diving into the console for now, and I'm gonna turn it back on in a few minutes. I just plug it in. That's the fun thing of being a one-man show doing a YouTube live stream. So let's go here. Pad, it's not gonna happen. We're not using these input. I'm gonna have a bass vocal in 20, my friend Simon in 21. We just went over this. No stressor. I don't think this is the right approach for him. I tried some stuff at some point, but I know what I want to do. I'm going to use an effects for this. I can do this, and I can go into the effect. I want to get a 1176. What's up, Pancho? Welcome to a long, unplanned, really long live stream. I need to go. I know for sure that there is a 1176 somewhere in the rack, but do I need to get it from here? No, hold on. Let me change this. I'm gonna use this one here that is free. And do I have a compressor on this? FX 1 through 8. I don't. Okay, let's have a different approach then. I'm not going to use an insert. None. Thank you. I'm going to change it. I'm going to go 1176, because that's been my combination for a year. Simon into 1176, gain at -18, attack 5, release 5. 4:1 ratio in a output, let's say, of 21. It doesn't really matter because, actually, I need to change that. Signal chain is going to be EQ into 1176 into, I don't need this, into a 160. Maybe I can go to the 1 compression on the 160, and that could be set to 1. 1 should be enough for me, or just go under 90.96. There we go. I don't like the fact that it's jumping. My OCD is not happy with this. I'm gonna go loud, so 0.96 dB, 2 to 1, and I'm gonna change the output gain if needed. But basically what I'm doing is I'm having a correction EQ for his vocal. I'm not using any gate, I'm not using any source extractor, because it's gonna open and close all the time. I'm just want to have the constant, the same signal. If I have drum bleed on this microphone, I have to live with it, because that's the money channel. That's the thing that people want to hear. So if it cuts in between the song, it's not good for me. 1176, just to, control the peaks. Just go like controlling the difference in dynamic, and you seal the deal with the 160. A compressor into a compressor. I'm not abusing it. Meaning, 1176 is not going to go 20 dB all the way. It's going to move, but it's not going to be like super fast, super cramped. I will go 6-7 dB, and then I'm gonna just barely hit the 160. That's the plan. I'm gonna set up the vocal that way. If I want something else, well, I have all these available if I really want to do something else, but I don't re-EQ most of the time. I don't do much to vocal. I try to leave it as, clean as it can be. I'm gonna leave the busting for later because we're gonna need to set up, in-ear mixes for everybody. Let's go to my guitar player's vocal. That's going to be closer to what we've seen before. Source extractor, EQ, he's going to have a 58, so something like that. It's probably going to be close. I'm going to listen to it. No stressor, no. I want this, and I want this. Yeah, maybe 8-1. On these back vocal, released 5-5. That's gonna be where I'm gonna start with that. Get rid of all this thing. Okay. That's gonna be my starting point for that vocal. Now, do I cover everything? No, I still have one vocal here for keyboard. Just want to make sure that this is making sense. He's gonna sing a lot on that one, so something like that. I want to change that to 1176 minus 21 as a starting point. 5, 5, 5. All right. Drum vocal, because I also have a drummer singing. You see on this one, the difference is I do not have an expander. I do not have a voice suppression, because a drummer singing next to his kit, no matter what you do, you're always going to hear some pumping and some weird stuff if you have a source extractor, because the cymbal hit, the snare hit is going to make that noise gate opening up anyway. So what do you want to do? You want to leave it open and you want to live with the bleed, because it's not going to work if you're trying to it's not going to work if you're trying to cancel that out, because the drum is going to win over the vocal. It's going to make that gate open. So what I'm going to do here is maybe not going minus 21, maybe minus 24, and I'm going to crank it out to maybe 21 on the output. I'm going to go with the other way around setting, because I don't want to smash that mic too much. This is basically a room mic at this point, because having a vocal sitting right at the drummer, pointing half at the kit, half at his head when he's not singing, it's going to be a room mic. So you cannot use this as a room mic per se, but what I do is sometime in smaller room, I do not put any reverb on the snare, and I crank the reverb on that microphone, because it's going to pick up as much vocal as it does snare. Let's be honest. So that's my starting point for this. Something that I need to change is my sax input. Saxophone, we have a sax player. Well, it's the keyboard player that double up as a sax player. I'm going to use 25 because for this show, I'm running a DL32 because my DL251 is currently out on tour in the States. So I'm going to change that. Actually, I'm going to go in the routing right away, and I'm going to go source 25, and I'm going to name this. Come on, name this sax. Enter. 25, and I want to change the color, and I want to change the icon to be sax. Where's the saxophone? Where is the, there you go, there's saxophone. That's gonna be nothing. That's going to be nothing. They're all not being used on that show. All right, doesn't really matter. Something else that I need to make sure that I have up on the console is my talkback mic that I just see here. Actually, let me double check the patch just for fun. Kick, snare, okay. Bass, the 2DIs, we fixed that. The keyboard pad is not going to be used. 19 is going to be the talkback for the stage. We have a talkback mic on stage where everybody can walk to and talk to each other. Bass vocals, Simon's vocal, lead guitar's vocal, keyboard, drums. Y2 compressor on Simon's voice. Okay, let me get back to this. Because being the lead singer, this is the one thing that I want to have as consistent as possible. When you're listening to a record, you always, well, actually, I grabbed that from studios. It's a studio trick. You want to have your vocal sitting there, and your vocal never really change in volume. Let's be honest. On rock stuff, you know, you have layers, you have ambient, but the lead vocal is always sitting at the same place, and this is what I try to achieve here. No matter where his microphone is when he's moving around, if he's, you know, going in, out, I want the vocal to be locked in the middle. The way I achieve this is by having multiple layer of compression on that vocal, because if I were just to crank a 1176, it would just like compress more and you would just hear it. Will it be the same result? Not really. Will it keep it under control? Yes, but it's gonna compress more. You're gonna hear it more. Where if you have multiple layer of compression, you know, you're gonna have one vocal compressor working a lot, and the other one is gonna work a little bit more, but it's gonna keep it steady. And every time that you're basically having your wave flowing, it's gonna reduce the amount of dynamic, and everything is gonna wobble, and everything is gonna compress until you get that steady stream of dynamic in the middle. And this is what I'm aiming for, because I'm not done yet with that compression. Now I just finished my channel strip. Before I'm changing something, before I forget to change something, I'm gonna go console utility, and we're gonna go config. I need to get rid of some stuff like 13. We're not gonna use that. And my sax we're gonna use, but my computer back vocal, we're not using this. No backtrack, no nothing. And the thing that I need is my talkback that I said is, where is that? Hold on. That's good. That's my 2 bass. That's my, I can probably change this, or I can leave 13 empty. 17, 19, and I need to find, or I need to make a talkback channel. Okay, maybe it's just not there. So we're gonna make a talkback channel. We're gonna grab 26. 26 is not used. I just dropped the channel on my surface in layer 13 to 24, and we're gonna build that. So I'm gonna select this, and I want my source for that channel to be AS50 19. That's gonna be my talkback. Not much happening there. I'm just gonna do a little low cut, and I usually try to make it sound really radio-like. So when people talking to it, first they hear the mid-range really well. That's the first thing. And also, you know it's gonna be that one. It's gonna sound like this, but opening up the mid-range on that, people will hear it will cut through really well. I'm gonna have a little source extractor, not because I really need it, because this microphone is on a mute switch. You need to walk up to the mic and to press the switch, so it's gonna open up. That way you can have it really loud and not being disturbing when it's not been in use. And I'm going to have a compressor. The wing compressor is going to be just fine. I just want to limit it to like -80. So if anybody go up there and yell in the microphone, it's not going to blow up anybody's ear, because it's going to be loud into everybody's in ear. The first thing I want to do is make sure that this is not going in the room, because sometimes, you know, musicians being musician, they say stupid stuff like, have you seen that girl on the front row? And you definitely don't want to have that happening in the room, like it happened to me before. We all did that mistake at one point, I'm pretty sure. I'm going to use, not this, I'm going to use the high cut just for fun, because I, you know, sometimes like to do this. So there you go. That's going to be my talkback mic. Really narrow, really mid-range like microphone on purpose. So you know it's this one talking, you know it's somebody in there, and it's going to cut through. You know, this is basically the vocal range. When you speak, most of the information that you're going to have in your voice is going to happen over 300 to 500. Maybe not me, especially not this morning, because I have a lot of low end my voice today. All right. But on most of the time, you know, this is where the information is. I could take my vocal microphone and I can cut this to maybe 500, and this is my talkback mic, and you still have all the information that you need to hear from me. You know, you still have all the intelligibility. You still understand everything that I'm saying, even if I'm, you know, I can open that up down to like all the way down and having that full on radio. Welcome to my live stream. What's up, Rob? Can you smell what Rob is cooking? So yeah, that's gonna be it for my talkback mic. Well, actually, I have it already somewhere else. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of this then. I'm gonna make sure that I have this config, and no, I do not need that. Well, actually, I'm gonna empty out the channels that I don't need on my console, so that way, musician, when they open up the apps, they are not gonna find weirdo stuff. I'm needing this one, and these I don't need. Also, it's gonna make a clean setup for me. The console will be empty on the stuff that I'm not using. All right, let me see what we got going here. And everything is together. Actually, if I want to go full custom, I'm going to move that stuff. All right. There you go. So I have a lot of input, but I don't have that many channels. When you think about it, my first layer from 1 to 12 is kick snare. That's maybe that's gonna move. Floor, overhead, bass, my guitar, and keys. After that, I have on my second layer my bass vocal, Simon's vocal, keyboard, and my sax at the other hand. My talkback for my musician, and this is where I can start to have a little bit of fun. Some Thai-ish stir fry. Okay. Actually, I have some Chinese food from yesterday that's going to be my lunch for today. It's going to be vegetable rice that I'm probably going to fry back with some shrimp in here as soon as we're done with this live stream in a long time. Because we're going to be here for a while. That's basically it. Now I need to double check my patch because I think there is way too much stuff in there. No, not that much. It's going to be 25 input, and I'm going to need to rewrite that down, by the way. Oh yes, trust me, Rob. Probably not as good as you, but let's do an exchange. Let me FedEx you some of my rice, and you do the same, right? If we pay for fast shipping, it should arrive in the same day. Edwin, I'm gonna dial my talkback EQ tonight and see if the boy like it. Actually, it's not everybody's liking it, but it makes sense because having it this way, you know it's going to be the talkback. It's going to sound weird, but in a way where you're going to be aware that this is your talkback. I got that from a musician. He said, could you like bell EQ that thing, like cut everything? And it sounded like an AM radio, but when that happened, you know somebody's at the talkback, you know right away, and it's cutting through pretty much everything. It just destroy everything in your mix for a few seconds, but you hear the vital information that you need. So I hope that's gonna help, but give it a try. Some people will say, oh, maybe, you know, bring some low end back, bring some stuff, but all you really need is something like this. You don't need more than 500 even in 3 to 4K. If you can hear that, you can still have. If you become deaf and you can not hear anything under 425 or 500, you can still have a conversation. You can have all the, you know, looking at my. Let's take a look visually at my talkback. All the information that I have, even if I cut it to 500, let's go something stupid like that. All the information is there. What's up, Patrick? Welcome to another random live stream. I'm setting up a show today for Rob and Patrick and other people that join in. I'm setting up a show that I have tomorrow with my friend Simon, and that's basically it. After that, when we are done, I'm gonna change the wing, and the wing's gonna go out of the studio. Actually, let me see if I have a camera back now. That's probably gonna work. Do I have a camera? Oh, yes, I do. We do have a camera. So, I announced to the people who were there early, we're gonna finish the show. We're gonna take some picture, and I'm gonna post the console live on Reverb. This one's gonna be up for sale. Once we're done taking picture of everything, we're gonna do this on the live stream. Once we're done taking picture of everything, maybe I'm not gonna post it right away, but we're gonna pack it, and I'm gonna change it for my Pro 1, and it's gotta be the Pro 1 for a while in here because I need to do some video on the Pro 1 because some of my friends gonna substitute for me tomorrow on my Pro 1 consoles. And no, don't worry, Rob. Hold on. Listen to the full story before freaking out. I need to do some video on the Pro 1 anyway. I want to sell the wing before the new release. I have no idea when the new stuff is going to come officially, but we, like, watching the leak and everything, I'm going to expect that to be this year. I want to sell the wing while it's worth something because I think the used value is going to drop as soon as the compact and the rack get released, because some people will do the same thing as I do. They're going to replace their full size for a compact and a rack, and I want to get the most money out of it, of course. And because I need to do a video on the Pro 1 and stuff, it just makes sense for me. And as soon as the rack become available, because I'm pretty sure that's going to be the thing that's going to be available at first, as soon as the rack become available, I'm going to jump on it to get my portable rig with the rack, and I'm going to cover it as much as I can here on the channel. And after that, I want to get a compact. That's going to be the plan for 2024. It's going to give me time to do video on the Pro 1. It's going to actually change the gear a little bit for me because I've been doing video on the wing for 3 years. And as Hedeman at some point post out, how can you do a show every week on a single console? I don't want to say that I've beat this thing to death, but I've covered it. Let's say that this particular one, this is the console that I've been seeing the most on YouTube ever. It's been literally there on for almost 4 year now. 4 year, 2020. It's been a full 3 year going on 4. Nothing against it, but I mean, to save my back, I need to replace it for a compact for sure. And it's time to I think it's the right time to sell. Same thing as your GameStop actions. Your GameStop stock, it will be the time for you to sell them. If you get the joke, you get the joke. If you don't, it's fine. But basically, yeah, this is where I want to diverge the channel a little bit from just being 100% on the wing. I think the compact will be great. I'd miss some of the DAW control, though probably seeing due to the smaller surface. I don't know what the surface is going to look like yet, but I believe from the leaked picture, it's going to have 24 input. Pancho, oh, really interesting information. Analog telephone EQ used to start at 600 hertz. Really interesting. Yes, it totally makes sense. There's absolutely no low-end information in the telephone. Like, just for fun, let me switch to 600 on my talkback. And 601. And you guys can probably still hear or being able to tell everything that I'm saying right now. And I don't have a lot of range, just for fun, okay? I don't have a lot of range. And if I had an high-cut EQ, let's see how far I can push it before we start to lose any information. 6K, 4K, 3K, 3K, 2.5. 2.5 is 300 to 3K. Well, let's go 3K here. 3K maybe is a little too much. Let's go somewhere around 5, 6. If you give me noisy sound, though, yes. No, the analog filter probably are not that shape. It's probably not the same amount of dB per octave cut on the low cut, but still, that's not a lot of range. That's not a lot of range right now, and you guys can still hear everything that I say clearly. Actually, it's probably more clear for you guys because I have no full range information in my voice. It's really only happening in the mid-range. There's not much here. And I can, even if I want to, I can turn that down to 4K. Of course, it's going to start to sound... Actually, let me get rid of that EQ here. It's going to sound like dull, but my high cut is around... Let's go 3K here. You guys can still hear everything that I'm saying. You don't need a lot of range to be audible. Of course, we kind of prefer this, but if I'm rolling up the low end, you see, it sounds not as good. I need to bring up the high end for it to make sense. And I'm going to bring down that 2K like by 9 dB. I don't know why I have 2.5. My voice is so... It's bugging me so much to hear that 2.5. Like, I don't like it. But that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it for the plan for the future of the channel. So today on this live stream, I'm gonna put this wing up for sale. It's gonna be fairly well priced. I've done my research on Reverb. They sell about for 30. Well, there's one for 3,800 right now, and that's gonna be my starting point. 3,800 US is going to be my starting point for this one. It's going to come with the road case. I'm going to finish it up in the sense of the lid still need to have a foam put in there. I'm going to put it in there. Absolutely no problem. And it should be able to ship pretty much anywhere in the world with that case. Probably going to case and box it just for you guys. The shipping will be expensive if you want to have this like shipped to another continent. Maybe if you are local around the Quebec, or you don't mind traveling to Quebec if you guys are from the States. I know some guys from New York, from the New York area are maybe could be interested in buying a wing, and you have the chance to meet me if you guys want to drive by. But honestly, yeah, if you guys want to travel from the States and deal with the custom once you cross back the border, it's up to you. It's probably going to be cheaper than shipping it, let's be honest, because this thing is heavy. I don't know how much is the console weighing in kilos or pounds, depending on where you are in the world, but it's going to be expensive to ship. And I don't know if like all the shipping carrier would take it anyway. Like, I don't know what's the weight limit for, let's say, USPS, Canada Post, or if you need to go like UPS, FedEx, or something else, because it's going to be too heavy. It doesn't have wheels. It's not like you can, you know, wheel it to somewhere. You need to be careful with this thing. And yeah, it's gonna be it's gonna be insured shipping if you guys want to pay for it. But if you guys want to pay for it and you want to get, you know, your console sent to you, if you want to hold a piece of my YouTube history, make sure to grab this one. Sweetwater is, yeah, it's 4,200, 41.99, 4,200. So 38 is not a bad. It's not a bad choice. I'm gonna remove, by the way, just to be clear, I'm gonna remove the Dente card on it because I want to keep it for something else. I want to keep it maybe for the rack or maybe for the compact. If there's a Dente slot in there, if not, I'm gonna end up with a Dente card, but it's gonna ship without a Dente card. I'm gonna remove it from the console before shipping it, just to be clear. And other important information, maybe nothing has been done physically to it. I plan to do some mod on it, but I never end up doing it. So there is no physical modification to this console. It's totally stuck other than having a Dente card put into it. I opened it up a couple times, but yeah, not bad with the case. Well, it's a DIY case. It's not like a Pro X case. It's a DIY case to make it standing flat. Because, you know, this is I'm gonna give you guys a tour once we're doing this, but it's stuck, just so you know. Never had any coffee spill into it. Just before somebody freaked out and said, "Oh, you dropped coffee?" No, never really happened. I only had a drop happen between two fader, and I wiped it away right away and never dropped any coffee in it. Well, I just finished my coffee, and it's probably the last time it's gonna see one, so there you go, out of the way. It's gone. Never had any coffee into it. No, it cannot happen anymore because it's not gonna happen with me. If somebody want to do it, it's gonna be up to them. I'm not. Coffee's gone. Okay, let's go really fast over a couple things. Hold on, I'm still scratchy from the allergic reaction the other day, so apologies for that. You know, my skin doesn't like some stuff apparently. I don't know what, and I'm gonna need to see a doctor and figure out what that is. Okay, let's finish that show. Well, let's save that for now. Library, I'm gonna go. Can I just save it as a snap? Yes, I can just save it as a snap. Simon. National Holiday of Quebec, Saint-Jean-Baptiste. Hold on, I don't know how to write anymore. I don't want this one. I want this one. No. Where is it? Where is it, guys? I don't know. Where is Was it a bug? Hold on. I think there's a UI bug here. When I'm pressing Shift, it doesn't show the lower, oh, what's this called? What's this symbol called? I don't remember, but it was stuck a few seconds ago. Okay, I press here. It made a space. I cannot get the underscore. And a few seconds ago, I was not able to do the, is it dash? This one. I was not able to get this one. And now I cannot do underscore because it should be there. And a few seconds ago, when I tried to hit this symbol that I don't know the name of, it was doing a space. Did you guys see that? And for some reason, I cannot get the underscore to work. It was there a few seconds ago. Okay, my bad. Wrong lowercase. And if I do lowercase, this one, is it normal that it's doing this? If I'm doing lowercase, this one is an empty space. Maybe I missed the memo here, but it's weird that we have two lowercase. It should be just this one. Why do we have two lowercase? To get, oh, okay, because you can get the number and the cap lock, and you can have all the other symbol and the cap lock, but that's weird. Okay, well, I can write my name. Saint-Jean. (2024). Quebec's national holiday. Tilde. Okay, that symbol's called tilde. Thank you very much, Patrick. Merci, Patrick. Well, I'll just save the snapshot, which is good. I'm gonna load. Maybe I'm gonna load the show. Open. My friend Simon show. Open, and I'm gonna have snap, add a snap, save. Overwriting, sure. I didn't do anything. Yeah, sometimes the keyboard layout is weird. Yes. Thank you for confirming that information. Really appreciate it. So, all right, that's going to be it for now. Okay, that's good. Now that we got that saved, I need to figure out the inner mixes. So I need to check out first my routing and my output. No, hold on. Source. That's going to be for my input, my channel, and in my output. Can you name something in the output? Yes, you can, right? That's my main out. I want my bus, but I need to name my bus from my bus. Do not need to name my bus. Okay, all right. Sorry, relearning to work with the wing. I'm doing a lot of Pro1 right now, and I don't want to say it's confusing. Actually, the other day I had to deal with an SQ6. I need to get my mind back on the wing. I'm not doing enough show with it. Let's go do some bus. Let's go send on fader mode. I want to make sure that everything is out, and I want to make sure that everything is on mute. So on my physical console, I'm selecting the bus, I'm selecting my channel, and I make sure that everything is not mute into those channel. I'm gonna do this for all my bus because I'm gonna convert these. They are currently effects bus, and I'm gonna change them to in-ear bus. So I just want to have everything open and down at the moment. Same thing for all these. And I'm gonna have 5 musicians, so it's gonna be 5 stereo bus. All right. Good. Now let's bring these buses to 0. No, minus 0.01. I want to have 0, 0. And everybody is at 0 dB. And I'm going to name them. So to name my bus, what I do is I come here, naming, and I'm going to say this one will be drum. I'm going to go next. This one would be bass. Guitar, guitars, keyboards. I'm not using, well, actually, I think I'm gonna go with my musician's name because that way I will know who was on that gig. Oh, you know what? No. Let's go just drum, bass, guitars, keyboard, and I can go Simon for this one. 6, 7, and 8 are not going to be used. I'm going to dive into my other one. I have actually, those are already named. They're just not there yet. They're just not billed as effects. So why my vocals going in there? My talkbacks going in there? Can you guys hear me? Yes, you can hear me. All right. Hey. Yeah, it's working. I'm going to sit in SQ5 Monday to Saturday next week. Talking Heads. Well, to do Talking Heads, I mean, okay, hold on. Let me clear something. The SQ is not a bad product. I just prefer something else. Like, can you say that you don't like a food? No, I just prefer something else. Stuff that I prefer is the wing. I love the Midas stuff. X32, M32, Pro Series. I prefer those. The SQ6 or the SQ series, if I had to complain about something, the other day I had to deal with not having expanders on my channel where I really needed them. That's a complaint that I have about the SQ. Is it a bad sounding console? No. I just prefer the sound of something else. I love my DL231. I love my DL251. I love my Midas XL4 preamp. I cannot run those on the SQ. I can run those on everything else that I own. I just prefer some stuff. I like to have some tools. When it comes to tools, when it comes to flexibility, nothing beats the wing at that price point. The closest thing to that is the closest thing to the wing in that price point is not even close. Price-wise, it's 10 times the price at least. The SQ pisses me off that you have to everything in there and you have to paywall your plugin instead of having them included in the console. You have to pay another $500 to $600 to unlock everything. That sucks. And if you ever sell the console, well, you have to sell it with the plugins. You cannot take them off. So that's the thing that I don't like about the SQ. I'm going to be careful what I say. So SQ5, SQ6, SQ7 is not a bad console. I've done show on them because I didn't have a choice. And I prefer to work with something else. Not a bad console. It's not a PreSonus Studio 24 that is unusable in the sunlight. Because those old Studio 24, you had like a physical channel strip, and the channel strip was designed from left to right, and you had the LED changing depending on, you know, there were fixed LEDs, and depending if you read the console this way or this way, it doesn't mean the same thing. Back in the day, okay, I get it. This is one of the first digital console that kind of makes sense and wanted to be affordable, but it was easier to use than the 01V. I'm talking about the Yamaha gray one. So yeah, here's my opinion. Not a bad console. I just prefer to, not a bad console, but I prefer to use something else. My opinion. Did I say it was my opinion? My opinion. Feel free to like the SQ if you want. I prefer my wing, or I'm gonna take either one of my 3 Pro 1 if I ever end up in those situations again. Okay, moving on to my bus. I have my effects that are already named and everything, and they're going to my main out, so that's gonna be good. I'm gonna check what's the deal with bus 2 here. For some reason, my main 2 seems to be open. I want to change my approach to how I do things here. I want to send everything out into a matrix. So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to have my bend going into main 1. I'm going to have all my vocal with a little bit of compression on them going into main 2. And I'm going to have everything going, being summed together into a matrix. That's how I'm going to run my setup for that show. This is how I want to work. On my last fader here, I have my friend Simon's vocal, so if I ever need to access it really quickly, it's always there. It's always, my lead vocal is always there. So first, let me build the in-ear bus, and after that, we're gonna build my main out bus. The first thing that I want to do is to make sure that my bus are set up correctly. So I'm gonna go back into 1. I'm gonna change the icon because this is bugging me. I want to change my drum bus. For drum, do we have overhead drums? Okay, bass. Do we have a bass? Yes. Guitar, let's go. Flying V. Keyboard, I'm going to use accordion just for fun. Yeah, this is looking fine. I'm going to use that little icon here because I think it's funny. And my friend Simon, we're going to use the rock sign because this guy's is rocking. All right. 5, 6, 7, 8, nothing. Let's go change that for my drum verb. I'm gonna go, should I go drum again? Let's go drum. Instrument verb. How do I say instrument? Triangle? How can I? Is there anything else funny that I could use? The effects rack. Yeah, the effects rack. Vocal verb, I'm gonna use a little buddy there. And for the delay, what could I use for the delay? The hearing aid, maybe. The vinyl player. Yeah, no, actually the tape machine. There we go, the tape machine. Tape delay. We all know what tape delay is. So that's going to be the fun icon for my bus, my effects bus. Let's go back to bus setup for my drum. I want to go here. I want to see that bus statue. And I want this to be tap point. Yes, my bass is also tap point, guitar, keyboard, tap point. Simon, I want to make sure that this is tap point. Yes to all. Thank you very much. So I can start to build, if I want to, my drum bus. Let me go here, and we're gonna go here. I'm gonna select my drum bus, fader flip, and my drummer is gonna get all his drum just a little under 0 dB. He's gonna have a little bit of bass, he's gonna have a little bit of vocal and keyboard, around -12. And I'm gonna go my other vocal, and his vocal really loud, a little bit of sax, and I'm gonna put the talkback loud to everybody. Actually, let's go -6 for the talkback to everybody. This is how I pre-built my mix. I send a little bit of everything to everybody. So at least when I start it up, they hear something. Maybe it's not at the right level, but at least they have it. If it's a little too loud, because sometimes it's going to be a little too loud, I'm going to adjust it. But at least they have it in their ear. It's not like, I got nothing in my ear. Give me some kick and snare. I got nothing in my ear. Sometimes it's, like I said, not loud enough, but at least they have something. So that's going to be for drum, bass. For bass player, I'm going to have kick and snare, -6. Every other drum will be around -20. Bass, I'm going to send them both bass really loud. The guitars around -12, -15, roughly. His vocal really loud, the other vocal around -12. Vox and the talkback -6. Same thing for guitar. I'm gonna go kick and snare around -6. Snare bottom and everything else -12. Bass -12. His guitar front, keyboard around -12. His vocal loud, the other around -12, and -6 around for the talkback. Keyboard, I'm gonna go -12 on all the drums. Usually, this is where they like to have it. Other instrument around -12. Keyboard really loud. Bass, keyboard, vocal keyboard really loud. And talkback. My friend Simon, I kind of know his mix because I've been working with him so much. My friend Simon's is gonna be set on fader. What is everything? Okay, because this used to be a bus. I just want to make sure that this is acting as a... Okay, and the tap points are not good on this one. We're going to change the tap point for everybody after that. Okay, I'm going to bring down everything. Except his vocal. All right. My friend Simons need a little bit of kick and snare, around -9. Snare bottom, nope. The tom, a little bit around -12. Floor toms, same things. No overhead. A little bit of bass guitar, around -12. His guitar, really loud, maybe 0. Other guitar, around -9. Keyboard, around -9 too. A little bit of the other musician, maybe around -21. A little bit of sax, maybe -12. Talkback, 0 dB. This is usually a good starting point for his mix. I know him. I've been working with him for 15 years. That way he has a little bit of everything, vocal and guitar, to the point where it hurts. Now let's change the tap point for this, because the tap point, when I select the channel, for some reason, is here. I want my tap point to be pre-fader, so I'm gonna go here. And I'm gonna do this for all my channel, because that sucks. Some stuff I could set I could set post fader, but I want all my band monitors to be pre. Oh, actually, was it only my drum? Maybe it was just my drum. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at the tap point for this. I want to go 4 because I like to have compression on drums. Or I want to go as 6 because if I'm using effects and everything. Okay, no, it's not. It's not done for everybody. Okay. I'm gonna choose post compression on most of this stuff. So most of the stuff will be 6, except for the vocal of the band. And if anybody complain about having compression on some stuff, I'm gonna change the tap point. Well, keyboard, I'm gonna put the tap point number 6, but there's nothing on there, as we kind of know. Okay. Vocal, I want them to be pre-EQ. Simon, I want him to be maybe... first compressor. Actually, that's gonna be both. I want him after the EQ. Yeah, tap point 4. That way, because the EQ chain isn't gonna change. So it's gonna be input, low cut, first compressor, EQ. He's not going to hear the second compressor. And that's it for him. Other musician, tap point 4. Keyboard, tap point. Can go 6. No, 4. Before compression. Drum. Yeah, that's good. Sax, after compression. Talkback, after everything. That's going to be my starting point for now. Now let's have fun with the effects. We're going to send out some stuff for drum reverb. Drum reverb, nothing in there, but I want my snare. I don't like to send the kick in the reverb. Overheads, maybe a little less, but the toms really somewhere around like minus 18 is a good starting point. Minus 18, minus 18. Not the snare bottom way less. Snare can go minus 15 as a starting point. It can change all the time. But minus 15, and this is all I'm gonna send into that drum reverb. Instrument reverb, just a little bit of acoustic guitar from my friend Simon, around minus 21. Just a little bit, just a touch. The other guitars, I don't need to do anything with that. Instrument, we have a sax player. Sax player is gonna be really loud into the instrument verb. That's gonna be basically my sax verb. And I don't want my talkback to go in any of these. Vocal verb. I want to make sure that none of my instruments here are sending into this. I want to make sure that my vocals are sent into this. Minus 18 is usually my starting point. It can change. Sometimes what I like to do is having my lead singer less. So I would say my lead singer minus 21 and my other musician at around minus 18. So that way they are more wet than him, which give you a false impression of size, false impression of room size. Drum vocal, don't forget about that. And I want to make sure that the sax doesn't go in anything. Vocal delay, well, just my friend Simon at around 0 dB. Okay. I think the reason why I didn't put my effects into the other bus is I cannot get my reverb or my delay wet, meaning having my delay sent into reverb. But I think I'm just going to build a special reverb for that delay. Actually, I need to rebuild my bus because even if I did my bus correctly, I have nothing in here. I need to assign those effects. So we're going to go in the insert point. I want the one that is post fader, and I want my processor to be the one that I have here. So the first thing that I need to check out is my drum reverb. It's labeled drum. I want to confirm that. After that, I want to check out my instrument verb. What is the one that is called instrument? It's probably the one that is called guitar on bus 3. Oh, cancel. Hold on. What was on bus 2? Bass. Okay, no. Okay, I get it. This used to be 1, 2, 3, 4. This is how I'm going to end up with 13, 14, 15, 16. So 13, 14, confirm. 15. And my delay in 16. That's good. Now, actually, I think I'm going to change something. I'm going to put my delay here in the first tap point, and my second tap point will be my reverb for my delay. So I have here a free effect. Both's going to be turned on. I want to make sure that I turn on everything. All right. So, and this one has a wet dry on it, so I want it to be around 50. And maybe not that room. I want to use the blue plate. Thank you very much. All right. Let's take a look at those effects, by the way. On the drum, I want to make sure that that's turned on. TK around 1.5. So our drum space, I went with the preset. It sounded fine. Not much happening here. No early reflection. It's a small reverb. Well, 1.5 second is not huge. It's not going to sound like a cathedral or something. And I like that on drum, just to give it a little bit of room, not, you know, overly like make them wet for no reason. Instrument verb, kind of the same thing. Piano plate preset, not too much low end, not too much high end information, a little bit of early reflection, maybe a little too much. Well, actually, I can talk into it and you can listen to what's going on here. If I take my vocal and I send it to that reverb. All right. Is it going out to my main out? Hold on. Actually, I have my friend Simon on the phone. I'll call you back, man. Let me call you back. Let's check it out. It's not on. This is why it just sounded weird in my ear. Let's go. With the reverb. This is maybe a little too much, but around -18 versus my dry source, which what you're hearing me right now, I think it's going to sound good for a saxophone and some acoustic guitar, depending on how much I want to have going on there. But this is the preset that I'm using. I think it sounds just fine. Not too bad roomy. Maybe I can remove some early reflection completely. And for a saxophone, I can have the root notes, and after that, it's going to be fine. This is going to be my starting point for my instrument reverb. Vocal reverb, I'm using the dark tunnel in this one. Ooh, let me see what's going on here. The dark tunnel, oh yeah, I like that stuff. Reverb level, I can bring that up, and I can bring my send down to 0. All right, that's gonna be for my vocal, all my back vocal, and I can probably bring down. I don't like early reflection. Does it show? I like that. I can maybe trim the high end a little bit. We don't need that much information up there. 2.5 seconds, maybe that's big. Let's go somewhere around 2 seconds, 2.13. No low end information. All right, hold on. That's good. That's good. Interesting thing here from Rob. Seems like a brick filter in modern analog telephone system are using the 7th order. Using a 7th order at 4K. I'm not really sure I understand that. 7th order at 4K. I don't understand the terminology here, Rob. Is it a 7 dB per octave? They basically just have like a peak point at 4K and it's 7 dB per octave cut on each side. Would be interesting. Other thing that I need to check out is my delay. My delay here, I need to select my delay and make sure that I can send my voice into it. Oh yeah. This is what I'm using for a delay. Check. It's my dry vocal. It's my dry vocal that I'm adding this. Hey. Not reacting the way I want it to be. Hey. Oh yeah. Hey. Something more like this. Yep. Low cut. I can put all the way up. On the telephone, one order is 6 dB per octave, so 48 dB per octave on the telephone system. Okay. I didn't know that about telephone. I'm usually calling it AM radio because it has no this has no IN information. AM radio used to be known for having no IN information, but this maybe has to do with the speaker they were using back then more than the radio by itself. But the telephone for sure, yes. Actually, just for fun, let's go here, 300. 250 is usually where I cut my vocal at on the reverb, but I think on this one, for some reason, I think closer to 300 with my voice, maybe. And the reason why you want to have, the reason why you want to have reverb on your delay is if you just go with a simple delay, it's not fun. Add some reverb. That's a cool effect. Hey, could be longer. No pre-delay. Longer. DK. Opening up that IN. And there's not much in the low end happening because it's all cut in the bus processing, because this one is full on. That's gonna be my delay. That's gonna be my starting point. All right. Yeah. Feed maybe 50. I like it long. All right. Blending accordingly with another reverb. Just a little bit of delay. You had some vocal reverb on it, and maybe that's too much. You had some reverb on it, and you got really nice, wet vocal that you can still hear everything, but depending on how fast you tap it, it will sound great on vocal. Yeah. You know, it has a room, it has a feel to it when you add those on. Just having the little bit of reverb is gonna change the room. If I didn't tell you that I'm adding fake reverb or I'm adding room, you would believe that I would be in the big room right now. Listening to it, your brain understands that there is a room. It has, you know, the preset is called Dark Tunnel because it sounds like a really huge dark tunnel. And if you had a little bit of delay to this, yeah. Hey. Just a single reflection on that will give you effect of a room. It sounds you're in a different space. And this is what we're trying to achieve, especially because tomorrow I'm going to be outside on a fairly good system, huge setup. Because outside there is no room feeling, I want to add that room feeling, or I'm free to add some effect and trick you into believing that you are in a different environment that you really are. Like right now, this is the sound of my room. It's not totally dead, but it's fairly dead. But if I had that reverb in, you would believe that I'm in a basement somewhere with concrete wall. It's tricking your brain. Basically, effects and reverb are there to trick your brain into believing that you are in a different space. You just have to play around with that. All right, so that will be a good starting point for me. I believe I would be happy with this. I just need to figure out my bus thing where I'm going to have my band all sent into bus 1, like I've said previously. I want to make sure that I only send my band into bus 1. Bus 1, no, out. All right, I want this to be at 0. because you can do an offset. I don't know if you guys know this, but you could do an offset into main 1 with this method of lowering the amount that you're sending into bus 1. It's basically offsetting the fader. So if you have, meaning if you have your fader here at 0 dB into bus 1 or on the main setup and you drop it, it will offset the fader by that amount of dB. I want to make sure that everything else is good. Keyboard could go back up here. Bass. Vocal needs to go somewhere. Actually, no. Vocals needs to go into main 2. Main 2. 0 dB, please. Main 2, 0 dB, please. All right. Saxophone's gonna go along with the bend, and my talkback mic doesn't go anywhere other than ears. I don't want anybody to hear what's going on there. Okay, let's take a look at what we got. Now, I want my bend set up. This is gonna be a little bit difficult because I'm using this bus here for my live stream, but I'm gonna change it a little bit. I'm gonna start with my threshold at 0, and I'm gonna lower the output to 0. It's gonna be okay for you guys. I don't think it's gonna matter much. Maybe you have a slight volume drop, but that's about it. Roll attack 0.3, that's gonna be good. Because I don't want my compressor to be there, but I want my compressor to really kick in until I really wanna hit it. So as soon as my band is placed, as soon as I've done my mix with the band, I'm gonna start lowering the threshold on this thing. Probably around -18. Probably around -18 just to compress my bend. But for now, my starting point will be there. And tomorrow I will remove that limiter. I don't want that limiter to be sent anywhere. I'm gonna take it off. It's only for me to use right now for the live stream because I need to send really loud to the internet without clipping. And no EQ, of course. We don't want that. Now, I'm gonna rebuild my channel there. I need to rebuild my config here. I want my bus, and I want my second bus, and I want my matrix 1 in my channel here. This is all happening. The section that I just rebuilt is the one right there. So that is good. I'm gonna take a look at bus at main 2. And this is gonna be for my vocal. On my main 2, I don't want my bus compressor. I want another 1176. I'm gonna set the threshold to -18. Or the input to -18, and I'm gonna go probably around -32 on the output as a starting point. I want a 4:1 ratio, and I want to leave my attack and release the way it is right now. The goal of this is to have all my vocal being compressed and being treated individually. I want my channel to sound good. So if somebody's talking into his microphone, I want to EQ it, and I want to control the dynamic a little by adding a compressor. After that, if I have my lead singer coming in, my friend Simon, if I have my friend Simon coming in, and everybody else is jumping on vocals, so I have, let's say, 5 vocal on at the same time, this is going to increase in volume, even if they are compressed individually. And like I said, because I want to have my vocal or my vocals being centered in that little spot right there, in your face, I'm gonna be using this bus compressor just to compress when the 5 vocal are together. So one vocal is not gonna do anything to it. It's not gonna move the needle. It's gonna be set so it's not compressing at all. But when the 5 vocal coming in, all the energy that's gonna create, all the amount of dB VU or dB volt energy that's gonna create, it's gonna be making that compressor compress for the same amount. Maybe I'll put a 32 is a little too low. I'm gonna go up with 24. That's gonna take all my vocal and that's gonna bring them back to the same level as if they were 1. I basically want to have all my vocal being the same level if there's only 1 singer or if there's 5. It's gonna smash down a little bit on that, and it's just gonna keep it under control. So if I have 5 people coming in, maybe it's gonna feel a little fuller, but volume wise it's gonna be kept at the same place. That way I can have 5 vocal or 2 vocal being, you know, if people are answering stuff, it's gonna be all kept under the same level. Pancho, do you ever have problem with in-ear transmitter being peaked out on screen? What do you mean on screen? You mean sending too much information, too much volume into the bus? Or you mean having somebody taking his fader and dropping it all the way up to 10? Because those are 2 different problems. If you have somebody, let's go, I'm going to go with my vocal here. If you have somebody taking his vocal, which is my channel 40 here, I'm going to take my channel 40, I'm going to remove it from these. If you have somebody taking that and cranking it up all the way, I'm just going to be careful not to destroy my show here. Actually, I'm going to go even further, like bus 8. This one is not, okay, whatever. I can use this one. There you go. If you have somebody taking his input and cranking it all the way up, it means that you may have 2 problems. The first one would be that you don't have enough volume, you don't have enough gain coming into that channel, so the person that want to hear that channel is not getting enough juice from the preamp, and even if his body pack is all the way up, he cranks it all the way. That's one of the 2 cases. In both scenarios, the problem is there's not enough volume coming from that input. So if your gains are not set right, or if you don't have enough input gain to send into other bus, main bus, and that personal pack, you can end up with having somebody adding plus 10 dB, because here, remember, we're adding plus 10 dB to the already good input that we have. Right now, yeah, I'm going to try to talk into my microphone. I'm going to move my mic a little closer because I don't think that's enough volume. Usually, I try to hit the orange light most of the time when I'm doing gain. Especially on this one, it's not really enough. Let me reduce my 1176 compression here. It's going to sound a little more natural and a little more normal for you guys. But usually when you hit the yellow light, minus 18, minus 12, this is where you want to have most of the time your gain set up. If you're taking that input and you want to add 10 more dBs, the reason is either your gain is not good. But let's say in this scenario that our gain is good, I'm going to say that the person that has a pack either has 2 problems. Either his bus send, his master bus is all the way down, or his setup is not loud enough. Meaning, if that person has bad earphone or a bad amplifier for those earphone, he will try to add juice. It will try to crank it out for him to hear himself. I saw that happening with people that were using iPhone earbuds into in-ear systems. I saw a problem with people having 4-pin 3.5 millimeter jack causing problem. They did not have enough that, or a person turning down his pack. Well, that's another problem. That's the second problem that I want to get to it. If you're having somebody's putting him really loud and lowering everybody else, well, the problem is it's the in-ear mix that is not done correctly. talking about when the transmitter is being peaked out. Okay, we're getting there. The mix is not done properly for the in-ear monitor. If you have a problem with somebody's clipping out his transmitter, you have a mix going, that person want to get more volume, you need to check out two things. How loud is the body pack on that person? Because I had that happening to me. Some people just turn on their body pack, put it to 2, and cranking everything. And I was like, it makes absolutely no sense. How loud is your pack? And they go like, what do you mean, how loud is my pack? I just opened it up. And that person didn't know that it was a volume. So they were just like on the Sennheiser, they were just like clicking the volume up, hearing a little bit, and they tried to base their mix decision on that. So I teach them to turn the pack up to 5, 6, 7 if they want it to be loud. But since then, I changed my approach, and the way that I approach things to do monitor mix is closer to what you've seen before. I'm going to take, let's say, a vocalist, and I'm going to say, let's do your gain. We're going to do your gain exactly like I'm doing right now. I'm going to set my gain to, maybe that's not loud enough. I'm going to speak closer to the mic, and I'm going to try not to hide the VU meter. But basically, I tried to get some good level out of that person, like singing, like, yeah, he's got volume. He's going to be around minus 18 most of the time, VU meter wise. After that, I take that person and I send it into his mix at 0 dB and say, this is the loudest thing you will ever get in your mix. It's your voice. So I have another camera dying on me. Okay, my other camera died on me, but I can explain with one camera. It's going to be fine. So what I do is I'm telling that person, this is the loudest I will send your vocal into. Because doing this, your bus main out, and can we take a look at my bus main out right now? Is it bus 7? There we go. Let's take a look at the meters. It's bus 7, it's bus right there. You see that I'm sending out, actually it's sending out pre-compression just for this example. I will do it post-compression because it's going to help me. Also, I would suggest you to do this if you have the option, go post-compression. Oh, actually, I'm post-compression. Okay, let's go back to meters. I can send that signal really, really loud into a transmitter, and it's not going to peak. If I'm looking at the VU meter for that bus, I'm around minus 6 dB, which is going to be fine. Maybe that's a little loud. And if I had the option, I would maybe bring that down a little bit. Let's bring that down just a little because I'm compressing like crazy here for the live stream. This is something closer to what I would do for a live setup. Maybe minus 21 on the output of the compressor. I don't need to crank it to send it out for a stream. Okay, so let's go back to that bus. That bus is getting a fairly loud signal. Around minus 6. That's even if I'm going crazy. Yeah, it's not going to clip. I'm sending out a minus 6. That's about as much as you can get out of a transmitter. So you send that out to the transmitter, one vocal really loud to the transmitter, and you tell the singer, set this to the volume that you need to hear your vocal. Crank the pack to the volume that you need to hear that. And they're going to go like, okay. And they're going to turn up the pack 6, 7. Sometimes they will go to 8, 9. It doesn't really matter. If they want to blast themselves with in-ear, well, of course, I can advise you not to do it. But some people will do it anyway. So you let him just blast himself with the vocal. And after that, you're going to raise the other input accordingly. Meaning, on your bass guitar or your guitar or your keyboard. Actually, let's go keyboard. On your keyboard, you would say, okay, play keyboard for the lead singer. We're going to set up his mix. So you slowly start to raise that. And you're going to end up with something probably looking like this. Once your singer is going to hear himself really, really well, he's not going to want much of the bend. So you're going to add up some stuff, like slowly add some stuff. like a little bit of guitar, a little bit of keyboard, a little bit of bass guitar. Some singer won't even take bass guitar. Like in the case of my friend Simon here, if he was a guitar player, he would probably ask me for a guitar around. Like that would be really loud guitar if it was modulating to around 0 dB, and I put that -6 versus his vocal. But you work with you need to work with the pack preamp and build the mix that way. You need to rethink how you build your mix, because if that happened, you're basically going to use the full potential, and you're going to build a mix that is going to make sense to the person, to the musician is playing, and it's not going to be interfering with the VU meter. It's not going to send out too much energy into the VU meter, because otherwise, if you build your mix like, if you just like wing everything all the way up, you're not going to get a mix out of this. You're going to get a bunch, you're just going to clip out everything, and it's not going to make sense. And, try not to build a front of house mix into an in-ear mix. Some people will ask you for that, but if they ask you for a front of house mix, think about the summation of all those input. Think about all the energy that you're going to add up. If somebody asks you for a mix of him and ask for in-ear mix, I want a little bit of everything, and I want to have me really loud, but him really loud, like I just did right there, where my vocal is set 0 dB, and don't put anything else louder than that. Bring down some stuff, and that's the conversation that I have most of the time with my singer, my musician, is don't, that camera's not working. Okay, let charge for a while. Don't overload your mix and remove some stuff. Turn down some stuff. Like, I cannot hear my vocal. Okay, we're gonna turn down some stuff until your vocal is set correctly. So you bring down the guitar. You bring down the keyboard. You bring down his instrument. Sorry, I'm just fixing my show here. I don't want to save that. Until their vocal is really loud in their ear, and you're not clipping that bus, you're not clipping that output, and they have decent volume. It's a back and forth game. And the reason why I always say, if you want to have a good start, you always need to have a good gain structure and a good channel, is for that reason. If the first thing that you do when you're setting up a console, even one that you never see, if the first thing that you do is setting up your gain correctly and you have decent energy to work with, you're going to get good result, because when you're a sound engineer, you're managing energy. You're managing energy from the band. You're managing energy from, you're managing instrument energy to reproduce that in the crowd, in your PA. It doesn't matter if the band is really loud in a small venue. You want to do a proper gain structure no matter what. Do that. Do a proper gain structure. Make sure that all your input get decent amount of energy. You're getting that beautiful yellow light. Don't go in orange. Don't clip anything. But make sure that you are in the safe zone. The safe zone is the middle of the orange. This is exactly where we are right now with this one. -18, -12. If I'm peaking, if I'm popping out some stuff, I'm around -18 and I'm never clipping. That's the sweet spot. Be there. Get some fat juice out of your preamp. Some people like to call that. It's because we're applying the Fletcher-Musson curve. You're gonna get more volume. Louder is better for human ears. So get in the zone where you are in the middle of the yellow, and you're gonna get decent signal. And that way you can manage that energy to send into the main out, to send into in-ear or bus. If you have good volume to work with, you can manage that energy in a decent way. If you have weak energy to manage, the move that you're going to do and the EQ that you're going to apply and the compression you're going to apply is going to be weak. Because you try to manage weak energy. Get good energy. Get good volume to work with. And you're going to end up realize the better the musician that you are, or the better musician that you have, the more even the energy that they will give you will be. Good drummer are the one that can always output the same thing. Managing the amount, the way that you hit, managing, if you're a singer, managing the energy that you send into the microphone, with the microphone moving in and out. Managing that energy, and the pros, the real one that making it out, are musicians that will give you about the same amount of energy no matter what. They will give you pretty much like I'm doing right now. You see that I'm talking, my volume is always the same. I'm 1 or 2 LED and I'm not moving, but I'm always within 1 or 2 LED. This is where, as a musician, if anybody musician is watching right now, try to always be at the same spot. You want to have one volume. One volume doesn't mean not having dynamic, because if I'm getting closer to the microphone, I'm changing my approach with the instrument. If I'm always having the same output, but I'm getting closer to the mic, if my voice getting lower in volume. If I want to get louder, I'm going to back off the mic and I'm going to crank it up. This is how singers are working. I need to do a video on how to talk into a microphone. This is gonna be plain stupid for a lot of people. People probably won't watch it because it sounds so stupid. How to talk into a microphone, but it doesn't make sense. Most musicians or singers don't know how to talk into a microphone, how to manage energy. This is what you're sending into the crowd. If you are a musician, or actually if you are a singer, you always need the PA. Nobody ever go to a concert and hear you sing from your mouth. Your instrument is the microphone, and actually your instrument is the microphone and the PA. Nobody can hear you if you don't have a microphone or a PA. Maybe if you're Alex Terrible and you are a metal singer that can scream so loud that you can be heard in the last row of a outdoor festival, but those are 1 in a million. If you're not that guy, try to always gauge yourself to be constant, level constant. And as a sound engineer, if you have a musician and you try to explain them to be as even as possible, you can definitely work better because they give you a better output. So you kind of know what to expect from them. And really good musician will, within a couple dB, help you mixing themselves. Thank you, Patrick. It's the key, man. If you have an even band that can be just a little louder when they need to peak out of the mix. Like if you have a lead guitar that's playing solo, you know how much he needs to boost just to get out of the mix and to compensate for the volume change there and being back up in this spot. It's not a race. You don't need to be the one louder than everybody else. It needs to make sense together. So that's about it. And to go back on your question, Pancho, how to make a mix make sense to send into a body pack, it's going it this way. Make sure that you send out the lead singer or that person's instrument really loud, if that's the thing that they want to hear the loudest, and build everything else around it. And make sure that you, as a sound engineer, manage the amount of VU meter that you're getting on the master bus for that mix. And if the pack cranked all the way up is not loud enough, and you get, you know, around -12, -6 dB on your main out of that instrument, and it's still not loud enough, the problem is probably the earbud of that person. I'm gonna do some more in-ear review in the future, but I think I've already like done some really cool stuff when it comes to cheap in-ear monitor. If you have cheap in-ear monitor, even the KZ1 are really good and are really loud. If you can get that person maybe to buy a $50 pair of headphones, I know it's going to sound stupid expensive for people that have no clue what in-ear monitors are. I don't tell you to go out and buy a pair of Shure 846. Those are $1,000 headphone. I get it, it's not for everybody. But you can get a decent $50 pair of KZ in-ear monitor, and they're going to be loud enough. And if you have a pack that is half as good, like a P1 from Behringer, that's going to be loud enough, and build your mix according to that method, and it should make sense. And if after a while, after some light adjustment, you're getting really close to peaking, well, just ask the singer, hey, I'm really close to clip your in-ears. It's gonna sound distorted and like crap, so you don't want that to happen. So how can we drop some stuff in your mix so it will make sense to you? And that way I'm not clipping anywhere. It's gonna sound good, and you're gonna have plenty of volume. Because sometimes it's also the problem when it's if you're clipping at your main out, you're gonna distort the sound. It's gonna sound like crap, and it's gonna sound all mushy and stuff, and they're not gonna hear anything. Then they will ask for them to be louder because they think it's the solution to get out of that compressed nightmare. So I believe that's the way it should be done, or this is my approach, and so far it's been working fine. And I'm working as a sound engineer doing in-ear monitor most of the time, and this is what I try to avoid. I just rebuilt a show for a band that I'm working with that is on Pro1 now, and some people like they had stuff too loud, so they were dropping their body pack and asked me for stuff louder. And when I was about to clip, like pretty much like where I am right now, when I had my full mix being close to clipping, I said, hey, can we bring your pack up a little bit and bring down some stuff? And they go like, yeah, okay. I'm gonna, like the bass player, yeah. I want to have kick and bass really loud, and maybe we can drop some stuff. And after a while I go like, maybe you can drop the kick a little bit. And now I'm poking out too much of the mix. Bring it down just a little bit, and we just drop everything, but now I have headroom. It doesn't sound as compressed because I'm not close to clipping, or I'm not clipping that mix. I hope it's going to answer. I hope it's going to help you get better in your mix, Poncho. Now, question from James: how does the copy channel pace work? Actually, I just did it, but let's do. I can show that quickly to you. Sorry, James, if it took me like an hour to get there. To do a copy paste, what you do is you select a channel, the channel that you want to copy from. So let's say I'm gonna have my friend Simon here, and I'm gonna create a. Let's do this, and I need to build myself a talkback option for the band, and I'm gonna set up in a empty channel. But okay, let me correct my console, because I did something that I should have been done, which is removing too many channels. I'm gonna take my channel 27 and I'm just gonna slide it here because I have no talkback for myself. So I just put a channel. It has nothing to do with the copy paste thing, but I have a space for me to work with. Okay, so I'm gonna take my friend Simon's vocal. I want to copy paste that to my channel 27. Let's say that I have a guest, and that guest gonna be lead vocal. So I'm I'm going to say I want that to be a lead vocal too. So the closest thing that I have is a lead vocal to a guest lead vocal. So I'm going to take my channel here, selecting it. I'm going to go into Tool. And this is where the new copy paste thing is. The connection here will be the preamp. So if you select that, it will copy the preamp. So it will be a duplicate, not just a copy. But I want my channel config. I want my customization. I want my tag to follow. I want my, what is the input? Is it the input gain? Or is it the local? No, that will be the filter, the gate, the EQ. Basically, you select what in that channel here you want to select. You want to copy from, sorry. Select everything that you want to copy from that channel to that destination. So here in the send, let's say that I don't want, that channel to copy my bus send. I could select that none or all, or just a few. I'm going to go for all. Same thing for the main out. It's going to copy the setting from the main out for that channel to the other one. Pan, mute option, fader level. Because you could say, hey, I want to copy that channel, but I don't want it to be on. So actually, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to copy that channel, and my fader is not going to follow. My fader information from here is not going to follow to the one. So now that I selected the channel I want to copy from, that is on top here, I want to select my destination. My destination will be channel 27. When I select it here, behind that menu, the console switched to channel 27, and now my destination is in highlight. You can select multiple destination if you really want to. So you can take in a festival here, SM58 preset, do a copy and paste, and just copy that to 5 vocal if you really want to. Or if you are in a church, you say, oh, I have 5 vocalists today. I'm just going to set up one mic, copy, paste that to everybody, and that's going to be my starting point. So this is what I do. I take my source, and I'm going to take my destination. It could be copy to channel, to aux, to your bus, to your matrix, to your... Don't copy a channel to a matrix or a main. It doesn't make sense, okay? But my friend Simon's vocal to channel 27, and I'm going to go copy. I didn't copy that. All right, copy. It did. Okay, so it did the first time. I thought the menu was going out when it was doing that. Okay, so it did it. It copied all my channel preset. I have no preamp in there. That's going to be my local 8. For real. I'm going to use that on the show the next day. I'm going to name that my channel, my name, for the band to recognize me. They call me Lord. It's going to be Lord. And as an icon, I can have a smiley face. Maybe I can have a smiley face. It doesn't happen much, but sometimes I can smile. I'm a grumpy sound guy. You guys know this. Okay, so it copied the information. Well, actually, I grabbed my preamp from somewhere else, but everything else has been copied. My EQ, my compressor, both of my compressor. I can actually turn these one off because I'm not going to use them. Maybe the 1176. Okay. And it's also copy my insert. Well, if I have insert, it will try to copy them. My vocal don't want to be in the main, but it copy my main information because my friend Simon's is going into 2, but my channel is not going anywhere. It just only go in in-ear. I also don't want to go into my reverb. But if I were to copy this for a live performer coming with the band, that would make sense. I'm gonna lower up my channel to be a little lower, around there, and I will let them know if they need more of me or not. I could be on tap point 6. Is my friend Simon tap point 4? It's tap point 4. So the tap point information did also follow. So that's going to be it for my channel. I did a copy paste. But my fader, you cannot see it because my stupid camera forgot to be charged. It's all my fault. But my fader didn't move when I did that because my fader level that you can see here on the screen moving in and out, it did not follow because we told it when we did the copy to not follow that. Also, interesting note here. If you just want to copy the bus send from a channel, you can just copy the bus send. But it's decomposing the amount of stuff that you're copying and pasting from a channel. Because you can be in Ohm, you can be in Tool, and go like, oh, none. And I say I just want to copy my channel send all from that channel to the other one, it would follow. Or if you are on a setting, you go Tool, it would just automatically select that, like other console probably used to do back in the day. So that's gonna be it. Let's do a save quickly. I'm gonna do I've never tried the update setting. If I do the update setting, what is it gonna do? Update, selected data scope will be overwritten. I'm just gonna go selected data scope. So does it mean everything will be copy paste? Save add. I'm gonna go save add overwrite. It's gonna be the same result. Oh no, it did not. Okay. And if I selecting both, will I lose? It didn't do anything. If I do this and I go remove and I go update, confirm, update, it's probably just updated my snap file. Worst case ever, it's not the end of the world if I don't have this one saved, but yeah. I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna go save, I'm gonna save my show, my snap is saved. Good, we're all good here. All right, so that's gonna be it for now with that show. I think this is a good starting point for me. Or actually, no, we're not done yet. I need to figure out my bus send situation. I've already programmed all my channel to be sent out, but I need to set up my matrix. My main one is sending out to matrix 1. I'm gonna bring down the other one. I want my main 2 to be sent out to matrix 1, and I want my matrix 1 to send nowhere. I want my output in my routing to be matrix 1. So in my output, I want my AS50A. I want to patch my bus because I didn't do that. I want to patch my bus. I want to make sure that my drummer is on 1. I'm patching my bus. 11, 12, 13, 14 won't be used. That's going to be no. And I want my matrix 1 to be on my DL tier 32, 15, and 16. So that way I'm sending out my matrix. I want to make sure that I raise that on my console here in that menu. Oh, you cannot see the fader on that menu. Well, my fader are up for my matrix, and my main one is sending out to my matrix, and I can see it. That's good. That's great. All right. So, hey. That's great. That's working really good. I'm gonna make sure that both my main are mute, but actually because my matrix is mute right now, I cannot, load a show that is not mute into a big PA. So that's good. That's good. I'm gonna do another store. I'm gonna go update, confirm, update. If I go partial update and I just select all, and I go update, it's probably updating the same way. Yeah, partial update is just to replace some channel, I guess. All right, good. And because I'm not going to change the console, it doesn't really matter if I saved or not, because I'm going to turn it off and it's going to be fine. So I'm going to take a few minute break here, 5 or 6 minutes. Or actually, let me check out Pancho. Last question. Sorry, I wanted to clear that thing before moving on. Do you ever clip the transmitter? No. You don't want to clip the transmitter. This is not good because it's going to introduce distortion. Like the same way that I would, if I were to remove my limiter here, and if I were to crank out that, I'm overdriving right now on the main out. It's probably forgiving because I don't actually have a limiter in OBS, but it's probably having some distortion because it's clipping So you want to try to avoid that, and it's not going to be fun for anybody. There is absolutely no reason. Hold on here. There is absolutely no reason to clip the limiter. It's not going to sound better. I try at all costs to avoid clipping the transmitter because you don't have any safety net anymore if you're clipping the transmitter. It's just going to sound like garbage. It's gonna be distorted and everything. So try to avoid that. So on that note, guys, give me a few minute break. We've been live for a couple hours now. I'm gonna move the setup. I'm gonna move the microphone. I'm gonna grab another coffee, and we're gonna start taking picture of the wing. I'm gonna pack it up, and it should leave the studio. It's probably the last time you guys are seeing it. Maybe in the future, if it's not sold, next week, and I feel like I want to bring it back down stairs, it's going to be there. But otherwise, it's going to be packed in my car, and I'm going to switch the console. So give me a minute or two. I'm going to be back. And we're back, guys. Can you guys hear me? Yes, you can probably hear me in the stream. I don't hear you. I'm not going to hear any background music for now, but we're going to start playing around with the wing, and I'm going to start to make it ready to go on a show. I'm going to turn on the lights in the studio. If you give me a sec here, I'm going to move some stuff around. Actually, I'm going to move the mic that way because I think it's going to be better for me to hear. Hi, what's up, guys? I'm going to move some stuff. So I'm going to unplug the console. It's currently not. Hey, ID 44, now it's back on. All right. I'm using my audio ID 44. You guys should be able to hear me now. So let me unplug the wing. I'm gonna make sure that I can do a graceful shutdown. I'm gonna go here, setup. I'm gonna go shutdown. You sure you want to shut down? Yes. All right, let me unplug the console. My setup was made so the cable was in the ceiling. And I can start to unplug some stuff about the console. Can I bring back some cables? I want you guys to be able to see something. Yeah, it kind of makes sense. Oops. Kind of makes sense for you guys. So, welcome to the other part of that stream where I'm gonna do my best to show you guys the back of the console, what's going on here. I'm gonna move my stuff away as we're talking, and I'm carefully gonna move that coffee away. I don't want to drop it on a console that I'm selling. My wing is going to be up for sale later today. I'm still seeing the prompter if you guys want to ask a question. But welcome to the other side of my small home studio. All right, so this is a cable that I'm running usually as a backup to my camera. I'm running a audio backup. This is what I'm gonna use with the Pro1 that is sitting currently on the floor. Because if you don't know, on the Sony FX30s, you can buy a external handle that allow you to send sound into it. So you have XLR input available for those camera. That's what I'm gonna use. USB cable that I was using for the remote control. I have no idea how I'm gonna figure that out. I'll see if I can do something about it. Electrical tape is gonna sit there for a while. Little Allen key bushing. Headphone is out. I'm gonna remove my power bar from the console because in the back here I used to have Velcro on a power bar, Well, actually, I can show you. I never showed this. For those of you who wanted to see my case and how I built it, it's gonna be time. Console's out of the way. I'm gonna remove all my stuff up here. It's gonna be clean before it's gonna get shipped. You know, I have a iFixit sticker covering the Behringer logo here. That's gonna go away. I want to take a minute and remove that. But I'm basically telling you, or I can tell, if any of the viewer want to buy that thing, I'm not gonna be ashamed. It's, yeah, don't spill the coffee, trust me. I don't want to spill the coffee. But yeah, I'm not afraid for anybody who's watching the channel to buy this console. It's in good condition. I'm gonna keep that little piece of female Velcro here just to protect the screen. There will be pictures of it soon, and if you guys wanted to see what's under my console and how I build my case, it's not gonna be the time. I'm gonna move that wing out of the way, and that's the bottom of it. I have an SD card that I'm gonna leave there just to record the show tomorrow. It will be the last one that I'm recording. Let me get the wing out of the way. Those things are heavy, man. And let me show you guys my case. So basically what I did is I built a case where I have, do I have more lights in here? No, I don't. Maybe this one's too bright. Hold on. Let me do my, all right. Need to set the lights when you're doing video. So basically what I did here is I took the size of the wing, the top, sitting flat, and I measured the depth minus a couple inches, and I mounted some foam under here. Just a 2-inch, because it's 2-inch of foam on each side, plus around the rest. I basically cover everything around the base of the console. And by doing so, I bring that console to a lot of place with me, and it's been safe and sound. It's actually supported from the full parameters. The base is touching the bottom of the case, so it doesn't support, you know, on the top part, but the bottom of the case is touching, and the top part is just about a 16th of an inch resting on the foam. So it's really well supported everywhere, probably more than a regular X32 case where you're gonna have just the base touching the bottom of the case. So this one is fully supported, and the top lid, when it closes, I need to put the foam on it, but it will sandwich between the top of the case and this. The bottom of the rack, or the last part of the rack, let me coil that up quickly. The bottom part, or the back of the case, is folding for allowing you to access the connection in the back. Meaning, this is on a piano hinge, and if you move the latch out of the way, this is closing to support. And the fact that it's even with this one, when you put the top on it, the case is fully closed by this, because the top one latch, it's keeping this flap from being open. It's not bulletproof, let's say out this way. It's not bulletproof, but it's been really, really good so far. Never open in transportation at all, because the latch are next to the part that could be moved. So honestly, really happy with my case design so far. And the fact that the hinge also is not fully cut here, it's moving with this, it's prevent the panel from wanting to go back inside. There's a little bit of Velcro here when I had the power bar that I just took off, and also a little bit of Velcro here because I tried at some point to have a router sitting here under the upper part of the console. It's just empty space, so I was like, yeah, why not using it? But that's not going to be included, as that's not going to go with the console. I'm just grabbing, well, the Velcro will stay there if you want to, but the no, actually this one, hold on, how is it? Whatever. This is what you're getting, basically, the case and that piece of Velcro and these two pieces of Velcro. And this one is moving a little bit, but when the console is there, it's because it's a tight fit, it wants to bow out a little bit. But because it's a tight fit, the console is just putting it against the wall, and it's really solid. The console is moving a little on the foam, but it's, if there's any shock on it, it doesn't absorb the energy. The energy is moving around the foam. It's moving a little bit, but on the inside of that case, there is carpet all around the case to protect the console from being scratched. There is some little scratch on the console. I will do a picture of that really soon, but it, you know, it has the case on it. Let me get the case out of the way. We're gonna take a picture of the console itself. For those of you who wondered, I'm using a base cab. I'm using my Marcus Miller. Actually, I can probably lift that up. Using my Marcus Miller 410 base cab as a table for the wing. I've been using this for many, many years. So, well, more as a table than a cab. Let me grab the console quickly. And there you go. So, do I have a rag just to clean it up a little bit? I don't. I mean, maybe it's not gonna be the best day for taking picture of it, but I'm gonna commit to sell it later anyway. So, not for now. I'm not gonna take picture of it for now. I want to clean it up. I want to make it, you know, as beautiful as it can be. I want it to shine. But how do you guys work with the console this way? I don't get it. As soon as I clean it up, it's going to end up on Reverb. I'm probably going to try to post the link in the description if you guys want to see that. Let's move on to a Pro 1. It's probably going to be easier to bring upstairs if I don't have the case with it. Let's go to the Pro 1. So here it is. Ooh, I like that with the swivel. So the famous Pro 1, I just fixed this one because it was not behaving properly, especially the gain knob. For some reason, the encoder there was moving by itself. So I contact cleaner out of it. For some reason, it's now looser, but it seems to work really well. So I don't know what's the deal with that. If anybody has any good information or good tips with rotary encoder, if anyone can tell me why it was not working really well before when it was stiff as any other parameter button here, but now it's working really well, but it's loose. No clue. Maybe is there any kind of grease inside those potentiometer? Is there anything? Should I've used contact cleaner that is silicone based or not silicone based? For some reason, I don't know why. It's working. It's all I care about. It's working. Thinking about the studio, how should I want to get you guys' opinion on that. How should I place this setup? Because it's cool looking at the console. It's cool to look at the console this way. Should I do something like this and be talking to you guys like this? I don't know. Should I go the other way around because all my cables are made to go the other way around? Will it make sense for me to watch you guys? Okay, maybe we can try this. New studio, new setup, right? I'm gonna power up the Pro1. I think I can try something like this. I think I'm gonna need to move the base cab to... I think I'm gonna need to move the base cab to the other level because right now it's a little too high. Yeah, the prompter sometimes falls. Yeah, Patrick, do you know if there's anything inside the potentiometer by default? Like, is it normal to have like grease or any kind of other lubrication in those potentiometer? Because I don't know. My best guess is I thought they were dry, but apparently they're not. Okay. So is this something cool? Hold on. I don't want to drop the coffee mug on the console. Let me move that out of the way. Let me put this here. Actually, I should use the Pro1 keyboard. There's some grease on the shaft. Can I replace that if I destroyed it? Well, while you guys answer that question, I'm going to move you guys around. What do we think? Now let me close the light. Of course, if we're going Midas, we have to go yellow on this one, right? Yellow and blue. Oh, come on. Blue. I want that blue. Okay, it's gonna be that one for today. Not convinced about the angle. What do we think? The console more this way. Do we have a shot? I think it needs to be a little more towards me. Do we have a shot? Because this is kind of the setup that I used to have when I had my wing the other way. Is this looking good? Can you guys hear me? Hold on, let me move the mic a little bit closer. Looks nice? Okay. If I'm moving the mic out of the way, is it nicer? Probably. But like this, I don't know. I need to still be able to see the console, you know? That's just fine. I want you guys not to see the light behind me. So when it's not in the shot, you know, when the light is disappearing, when you don't see the source of the light, it just magically glow. I'm gonna get rid of this for now. Okay. It's not really easy to work with. Maybe lowering the mixer a bit. Okay, so I can raise the camera. Would see more of the console, less of you moving slightly towards your back. So, okay, so I should move back a little. And the console should be more at the stage. But the thing is, that looks great for TV. But me trying to explain the console is really like on an angle. Just to give you an idea, this is a straight console to me. And this is kind of the angle that makes sense. But I could explain the console this way, but to me it's almost 45 degree. Get it? Let me just reset this. There we go. All right, and I can probably move that a little closer. What do you guys think? I could probably work with this. If I'm talking about the console, that's the thing. I would like to you know, the camera for shooting the top view, detail view. Actually, on the Pro series, there's an DisplayPort output. So I don't need another camera on this one. On this one, all I need, or I could have a top view, which I can show you guys. We can set it up together. If I'm doing this, nope, wrong mouse click. If I'm doing this view here, you can see nothing because this camera doesn't make any sense. But I can go there and focus it for you. And I'm gonna move the mic out of the way for sure, but I can probably do something like this and show an overview of the console, like physical part of the console. Cabling flying from everywhere in the roof. All right, we're gonna get there. And I'm blocking the lights right now. This is why it's looking dark. But something like that. Or should I refocus? I need to refocus my setup. All right. Something like that. What do you guys think? The wing is way more 16:9 friendly. Yes. Can I get away with the microphone being a little closer to me? Or actually, can I go the other way around the camera? And go something like this. Do I have a mic in my head right now when I'm doing this? It's just not high enough. Okay, we'll see the microphone position and in another stream. Hold on. Okay, that could do it. Maybe I need to back up a little bit for the camera. There we go. So you guys think, let's be honest, you guys think this is the shot? I believe I'm just, yeah, it's a compromise. Because I want to, basically, when I'm doing a lesson, I want to feel like I'm talking to you guys. But is it too much? Do I need to move around, not being in the shadow? Yeah, it's good. So if you were to see a Pro1 tutorial with the screen view, because you guys cannot really see the screen really well, but you can see the fader, I could have this camera here to really explaining. Well, actually, I would need to refocus, but this one would be, I think I don't need to see the fader. I can really focus it on this part of the console with the channel strip and maybe a little bit of the bottom of the fader. And that's pretty much it. All right. Yeah, it's good. You guys think it's good? Fix that later. All right. So, sold? Sold? All right. Yeah, it's a bit dark on the top cam. I would need to figure that out. I probably need to crank it a little more. Or, how's the sound? Because the mic, I believe the mic is like not in an optimal situation. But for now, it's gonna do. I probably need to move my shotgun away from this. Hey, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. You just joined in as we set up the Pro1. Okay, let me change the microphone around. That's not ideal. I've got to move completely the other way around. Is this in the way? Is this in the shot? No, that's not in the shot. That's good. That's not overshadowing me. That's not going to be in the top cam shot, and you guys can probably hear me just fine, right? Yeah, the mic is, well, the mic is moved now, so no shadow, no nothing. Let me grab a coffee. All right. And now we're back. So I'm gonna have my I'm gonna have 3 shot again. Yeah, that coffee spill here. There you go. You guys are happy? Okay, let's take a look at a couple things. I don't know the MIDI capability of a Midas Pro1. Danger. Come on, Patrick. Come on. Easy stuff, man. I don't know. I don't know the MIDI capability. No, okay, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. I'll get myself a table for real. Especially on the Pro1, there's not much space. Actually, hold on. Can I do something like this? Oh, that's gonna be way more comfy for me. All right. I don't know the MIDI capability of, yeah, bad idea. I don't know the MIDI capability of a Midas Pro series. I know we have some custom control over here, but I don't know how I can grab them. I probably have the best person in the world right now to help me troubleshoot that. And yes, I'm talking about you, Patrick. Maybe you have an idea to help me figure this out. But I have some knobs here. I don't know, and we're going to dive into this. I don't know what are the option for this, the effect that I can control with that. On the sign, inputs. I don't know how I could grab any kind of command and send it into, you know, a computer and send that out to OBS. I know I'm asking for it, Pancho. It's part of doing a show, right? I got a good one for Patrick. Maybe you have the answer to this one. Is there no mixing station for the Pros? No, the only application that you have for iPad for the Pro series is called Mixtender 2. It's the app from Midas from back in the day. Not sure it support OSC. Hear me out. I have a friend who told me an idea the other day. This thing must, at some point, send out command because there's an iPad app. So there is some kind of communication with... no, the mixing station doesn't work, Pancho. It may have a non-published protocol, no OSC, okay. I don't know what kind of thing this thing outputs, but it does output something. I don't know how I could do this. I don't know if I can figure another way to do this. I know maybe good MIDI implementation. Well, actually, if anybody out there want to help out recreating or hacking the Pro1 software, pretty sure nobody will mind, and I'm pretty sure we can add some stuff into this. Like I was complaining the other day about having gate on the gate section of the Pro1. The only thing that you have is hold on, let me select a channel. The only thing that you have for a gate on the Pro1 is a gate. You have, sorry, I'm going to change the mode here, a transient gate and a ducker. There is no expander. The Pro is Linux. Yes, it's made on Linux. I don't know. That's the thing. I open this thing up and I kind of understand what's going on there. There's a really old AMD processor in this console with a SSD. With the file being on the SSD. All the audio DSP is from the back. It's Midas made products, so all the DSP and, you know, that's all done on probably proprietary Midas stuff that you probably do not have access, and you can probably not have the code for these. I read somewhere on one of my 3 consoles there is a disclaimer somewhere, or actually is it on the Pro1, the full preference? I know somewhere, I think it's licensing. Let me see. Okay. I'm going to read the full thing. The full thing here that I have in front of me, and you guys can tell me what you understand of this. The Midas Pro series mixing console, the Midas DL series in and out stage box, and the Clark Technic 9331 Rapid make use of several open source software components in both the Linux operating system and the product application. A few of these require to include the license agreement text within our product, so these are detailed below. certain license, including the GNU General Public License, the GPL, and the GNU Lesser General Public License. Also require us to make available the source code corresponding to the binary file. If you would like to obtain a copy of the source code, please submit a request writing along with a £20 check to Music Group UK, Clark Industrial Park, Waternash Road, Kindermister. I believe this is the Midas headquarters. You send basically $20 to the to Midas, £20 actually, not $20, £20 to Midas, and they will kind of give you the software. This thing is 638 page, so we're definitely not gonna go through all of them. Import code. Okay, sorry, I'm just reading this. Import code and key import C is modified from PuTTY import, so you cannot use. You can use PuTTY. You can probably use PuTTY to communicate with this thing. 20% obtain the software associated with. Sorry, I'm reading this as we're going through. So there's a lot of information in there, and it's not as close architecture as, you know, maybe some other protocol, but like, again, I'm not gonna read through all this. There's 638 page. I don't know if anybody ever read, but yes, my understanding, Patrick, is yes, the DSP is on Shark processor, and everything else is pretty much AMD Linux. PuTTY will be a way to discuss terminal with like a Linux session in the Pro. Yes, but the thing is, that's the thing. I don't know if I don't know where the things are happening. Hear me out. I'm pretty sure the computer in this thing is just a communication computer, and it reads from the DSP. It's not like having a plugin on a computer and having some DSP. If it is, well, you could, if it's the other way around, and I'm totally wrong about this, and maybe you guys, I probably have the two best guy in the world to help me out with that, or to tell me the answer for that. If you could just basically load a plugin into that thing, as long as you have it, you know, if you could load VST plugin into this, and having and keeping under, you know, under consideration the amount of DSP that you have, it will be amazing. But I don't think this is like a Pro Tools session where you can just like replace the gate on this by a expander. You know, I don't think it's going to be that easy to just replace a VST plugin. I don't think this thing is using VST plugin. I don't know what it's using. If anybody has any clue of what's in there, I don't mind opening it up. It's a 5-minute process to opening it up and probably read the M.2 drive that is in there with the full. You know, I could do a carbon copy of that and just get the code from there and seeing the software and opening it up and see if there's anything in it. But I don't think this is how it's working. If it is, well, I don't see much of what I would change about this console other than maybe having expander on it and maybe a couple UI that I would like to tweak just to keep it up to date, you know. But for what it is, for the amount of complexity and stuff that you have in there, yeah, I don't think so. That's what I'm thinking too. I don't think it's I don't think this is the way it worked. But maybe it is. I don't remember the year that this software came out, but the really early version are probably around 2005, 2008. Maybe they were not thinking about, you know, well, the world was a really different place software wise and computer wise back then, in the sense of not every company was hardware locking their software, because if you could get your hand on a software like this, you would need their hardware to use it anyway. They were not using hardware lock on their software like I know for a fact Grand MA is using, because at some point some people figure out, especially for the lighting console where there's not much processing happening, you could create a virtual interface. I mean, it doesn't cost much to have VU meter and a couple of knobs in a PC board, and people were putting out fake Grand MA2. That's the part where they realized, like, oh, we need to hardware lock our software, meaning that we have computer inside of this thing, not the craziest computer in the world. I mean, I think MA2 is running like on a Pentium 3 or something like that. But you needed to lock that thing, because people were stealing your software and they were just running it on cheap computer, and they were DIYing some, adapters, and that's it. I see more like a fixed processing unit DSP wise. They don't seem to have, from memory, any type of plug-in example effect that can be replaced on the fly in a given spot. Like the wing. Yeah, I think the wing is more like that. It has more, it's as a VST with a UI on it. SSH into that thing, I don't know. Honestly, the thing is, I know just enough about that to get in trouble. Meaning, even if I remote control, if I remote in the console, if I log in, I would not know what to do. I would not know what to look for code line wise. I understand how things are working, but understand it's basically it's like I know about electronics. I don't know how to design a circuit, but I know how to check out a circuit and see, okay, there's a voltage here, there's a voltage here. Okay, if I need to fix something, oh, there's a burn capacitor over here. Let me trace that down to that other chip that is broken. Okay, check out the voltage of this. Okay, the voltage is too high, so this is why the capacitor or the resistor broke on the line further. Replace that chip, replace the broken capacitor, and you have probably a working device again. I know that, but I'm not knowledgeable enough in electronic or software-wise to, even if you open up the door, I would not know what to do. I would not know, let's say, on the gate thing, I would not know how to turn the transient gate, let's say, into a flexible ratio gate in there. If there's just a code to say it, like don't work as a gate, work as an expander, I would not know how to modify that, but I would know how to replace, I would know how to drag and drop a VST in there, but I would not know how to maybe modify the code line for the gate to work as something else, or let's say enable full parametric EQ on all the EQs, because on the Pro Series, if you don't know, it's a 4 parametric EQ per channel. The first band is from 16 Hertz all the way to 400. The second one is from 80 to 2K. Third one is for 320 to 8K. And the higher one is from 1K to 25K. I mean, it's enough for you to work on a show. But I would like to have, let's say full on parametric. Probably the DSP in there can handle it, but I just don't know how to open up, how to open up the software to say, change the fixed value from, let's say, 16 to 25K on every thing, and change the UI or copy the UI from the output, because all the output are 6 full parametric. I would not know how to replace that EQ section from the output into the input, or maybe add another, add a 6 band, because it's already existing in the software. How to copy the EQ section from the output and enable it into all the input, and maybe reduce something else DSP wise to allow that to happen and make sure that you don't overload the processor. I would not know how to do that. It can probably be done. It can probably be rewritten in a way that it would make sense, but I would have no idea how to do that. And is this on a DSP level, or is it on a computer level? It could be both. It could be both DSP base, meaning that the DSP is limiting itself in those parameter, or it could be by the computer. Because when you turn a knob here on the console, if anybody who's watching this not in the know, when you turn up a knob here, you tell the computer is telling to the DSP to change something. But how far it's going is probably limited by the computer. Because let's say I'm taking as an example the first band on the Pro 1. It's going from 16 hertz to all the way to 400. Is it because the computer is not telling the DSP to go further on that band, or is it because the DSP is limited to that band? I'll grab some documentation and what could be done from a remote aspect, but changing the software inside is probably not worth the effort unless there's a big market for it. Otherwise, you could bet Midas would already have done it. Well, I think, yeah. Well, there's two thinking. Maybe Midas didn't want to invest time into this, but maybe it could be done. And I don't think there is a lot of profit to be made. And I don't think from a company standpoint, I don't think they would have sell more Pro Series. They would not sell more Pro Series if they have full parametric EQ on it. So I think they would, as a company wise, as a company, I understand why you would not invest into this. As a user, as an owner of 3 Pro 1, or well, it could be any other console, if it could be done, I mean, maybe it's not worth the money. But this is something like I don't know if you guys saw this, but Spotify at some point was selling glorified player. They had Spotify player, and they're gonna break those eventually. Spotify purposely gonna break those to make sure that the hardware is not compatible with the current or the upcoming version of Spotify, just to sell some other stuff. So it's the kind of move that the business would do, because business wise it doesn't make any sense. But as a user, like I was about to say, most user that has those portable player from Spotify, some people invested into creating a hack version of the software that will allow you to run Spotify with those little MP3 player or USB player, whatever, for a longer time. It will just not be in brick. Is it work for a company to do it? No. As a user, if you have the hardware, if you have the hardware and the knowledge, that's the thing. If you have the knowledge, will it worth to be done? I don't know. Maybe if somebody is a freaking genius that has a computer background or has a programming background and own a couple of these, and you want to make your own version of the software, and you allow some stuff that the company didn't want to invest into in it. Maybe if you want to if somebody want to, you know, spend sometimes a couple hour on it, or it could be longer than that, but if anybody want to spend some time on it and make a version 4, because right now it's 3.46, if somebody want to make another version of the software and enable more feature on the warning of be careful what you're doing here, this is beta software, I don't think a company would spend the time to do this, but I think as a user it's worth doing. Did it leverage from the hardware updates too, using new chips? Okay. Again, I'm just saying out some ideas. Same thing for communication device. I mean, if anybody can turn mixing station into a... If anybody can understand the signal that it's sending to Mixtender and turn that into a mix station readable stuff, maybe the reason why it's not compatible with mixing station is probably using OSC, and this is probably not using OSC. I don't know what that thing is speaking. Who knows? Maybe somebody can have information on that, or what kind of... Is it something as stupid as it's communicating MIDI information? MIDI over network? If it does, it could be a great idea. It could be a great thing for me, because I could take any of the knobs or parameter here and using it to change my, my camera. Saying, let's say, saying that every time that I clear solo, it's going to send out the MIDI information, or I can say, talk enable. It's going to give out, every time that I'm going to press it, it's going to send out a toggle information to the iPad or to the network, and from there I can grab it to change my camera setting into my OBS software, because it's, with another software like OSC Reader, it could read and change that. So I don't know, man. There's a lot of things that can be done probably with these things. They sound amazing, so maybe software wise it could be a couple cool things happening. Does the Wing or any other console run Linux or Windows Server in the background? The Mackie DLZ and Rodecaster Pro 8M run on Linux. This thing is running Linux. I believe the Wing is also Linux based. I could not tell you which version of Linux it's based on, but it's based on Linux is my understanding of the Wing and this thing, and probably most consoles. Probably most consoles are using Linux. MS is using OSC, but not for that. Okay, Mixing Station is using OSC, but not for that. It can do MIDI or native software too. David has a different driver for different protocols. Okay. It's using, the Wing is using a proprietary OS, but it's Linux based, is my understanding. Yeah, pretty much everything that we're using is pretty much Linux based, because you can easily find people to do these software under any distro of Linux, and they make it their own, in the sense of you could probably not take Linux, take the Wing software and drop it on an x86 platform on a how could I say it? Hold on. I've been live for 4 hours. It's taking over my brain, but you cannot run the Wing software on any computer. You cannot install that on any computer. It will not run. It's developed 100% in-house, so no Linux or similar. You sure about that, Rob? I thought it was Linux-based. Well, it was built from a Linux environment. It's not Linux. You cannot. It's not Mint. You cannot, or Ubuntu. You cannot run Ubuntu. You cannot load a site Ubuntu on this. I would believe Rob on that. But yeah, if anybody put their hand on the firmware of the Wing, the software of the Wing, the iOS, or the iOS, the OS, the operating system of the Wing, you cannot load that into a computer and make some sound out of it. It's not how it worked. Do you think someday you will have your hand on Digico console? Maybe. I'm really not against it. The only thing is, right now I'm invested in the Midas ecosystem, and I don't see many reasons why I would switch to Digico for now, because their products are really expensive, and that's the thing. I cannot really justify purchase-wise more than what I have right now. In the sense of, I have 3 Pro1, 2 of those are on a tour with a band, with a pair of DL231, and I can rent them to that band for a cheap price, and they are really happy with that. But it doesn't matter for that band and what I'm kind of using them for, to use a Pro1 or to use a Digico. Both consoles sound really good. I love Digico. If you give me a Digico, I would use it no problem at all. Most of the Digico that I see, I know there's a couple series. I don't know about the Quantum stuff much. I know I need to do a vlog on them, because there's two about a mile from my house that I could have access to. But to be honest, for the moment, I don't see how I would justify Digico in the market that I am. I'm based in Montreal, Quebec. I tour mostly with French-speaking band or artists that communicate in French. We are in a small market here, and I do not... Well, the amount of money that I would have to invest to go into the Digico ecosystem and get a couple patch and a couple console is going to be way more, probably for one console, than what I could sell my whole fleet of system. Because right now I have this one that is a standalone unit. I'm using the 24 preamp in the back. I have the Wing with my DL251. I have my 2 Pro1 with my 231s rig. And if I wanted to buy a console or buy 2 console, I think it's the SD11 from Digico that is the smaller one. If I wanted to buy a console, those consoles are about 12 grand. Plus a couple of stage bucks and maybe a bigger one to do front of house, or the other way around. I don't know if they have a monitor version, or I could have a big one and plugging it back. I don't see money-wise how I can recover from my investment for the amount of rental option that I have with these consoles. Just the Wing itself, I did not fully paid for right now. I've rented probably because it did not catch up at first like I thought it would, like the X32 would. I probably rented 12 time, 20 time for around $100 each time. So let's say that I've rented for $1,000. That thing cost me $5,000 4 years ago. It did not rent well. Where if I have, wireless microphone, I have a couple wireless, and I'm renting those a couple times a week. They've been probably paid for at this point, and they're probably making me profit after a year or 2 years. So I could see myself invest into maybe more microphone, and if I have somebody, that's the thing. I'm not at the moment. I'm not a shop. I'm not a audio rental company. That may change in the future. I may become a audio rental company, but there's already some big player out there. I can literally go out on my balcony and see Solotech from my place. So Solotech is about the 5th biggest place in the world. I don't see how I would compete with them, and they are the big boy player. They have all the acoustic stuff. They have all the Digico stuff. I don't see how, in the smaller market that I am, working mostly with French-speaking band in Quebec, in Canada, I don't see how I could justify those purchases and make that a viable investment. If, for some reason, I end up with a band that is making more than Quebec touring, that want to invest into, like, we want to have, you know, better sonic quality, because that's the thing is, most of the artists that I have, when I show them like the Pro1, and for what I can rent those things at, they go like, it's a bargain. I can rent those consoles really cheap, and I can have them for fairly cheap, because nobody wants to really invest into the Pro1 now. This is how I end up with 3. I got a really good deal on my first one, which is not this one, it's the one I just replaced, which isn't brand new, which is almost brand new. I had the deal on this one and another one with case, with road case, with everything. Man, this I just don't see it happening. I would love to go Digico, or I would love to go higher in the chain, but the only thing that I could see is for me happening is the HD96 Air, which would be a big upgrade for me, let's say in the monitor world. But I don't know, everything more than that, it's just not a justifiable investment for now. I do not have the client base to justify having something higher quality, or higher, yeah, I believe higher quality is the word that I'm looking for. Confirmation here from Robert. The Wing software is fully developed by Dr. Z and not using any Linux parts. Okay, I didn't know that. I thought it would. I thought I read somewhere on a post that it was Linux based, but maybe it's not. Yeah, about the HD96 Air. Yeah, that's my option. Yes, I'm definitely looking into one, the 96 Air. The smaller version that is touchscreen, I can justify carrying it around. I can justify having this, but I would need a stage box with that. So we'll see. We'll see what's happening with that. But I can see myself having an HD96 Air. I'll be honest with you guys. I just have no answer from the distributor around me. They just don't reply to my email at the moment. Hold on. We'll have to take that message for my show tomorrow, guys. Hold on. It's funny how you have to deal with when everything when you're based here. I need to praise. Actually, the text is, and I don't mind saying that the text is the local crew for tomorrow is asking me how high do I want my drum riser to be. They have, you know, my rider is asking for 18-inch, and they only have 24 or 12. So. Sure. Thank you very much for checking my rider out. I really appreciate that and asking me. But yeah, not much difference here if my drum riser is 6-inch higher or not. Let's move on and say I'm coming. Don't worry, guys. Sheriff Slug, thanks, because I noticed a lot of other hardware run Windows Server, like your cash register, self-service machine, or ATM. Yes, everything is either Windows Server or Windows Server with a popping out UI, like Maître D cash register. Like in restaurants, most of them using that with ancient touchscreen. But they use that. And other stuff, like you have no idea how everything is run under Windows, or some of the stuff is run on Linux. Most of the time it's run on Linux. The HD96 is run on Linux, maybe, from Robert. Okay. What is Windows CE, guys? It's Windows for mobile device? Okay. Have you ever encountered Alanine Adventus? I saw a couple of those. Is it the D-Live that they have at the Club Soda here in Montreal? I did a show recently on D-Live. And it sounds good. But again, it costs an arm and a leg way more. It costs an arm and a leg more than everything. I mean, it's the same price as a HD 96, pretty much. And you have a glorified remote control in the sense of all with the LNE stuff. If I understand it right, everything is in the stage box. The brain of the console is in the stage box, and you just add a remote control fader on it. You don't need a console to run it. I believe, and don't quote me on that, you can just network into it with a router and control everything with an iPad, and you have full access to all the feature of that system. It's patchbox based, which is cool, but it's so expensive. I think the stage box are like something like $35,000. Maybe, I don't know for the Adventus, but I know for the D-Live, those stage box, the good one, are expensive. And after that, you need to have, you know, a control surface, and the control surface are really expensive. I think it's gonna end up costing more than the HD stuff, but if for rider, I think it's more rider friendly when you have Alien and Eat. But I've never been a fan of Alien and Eat stuff. I'm gonna say the Adventus and the D-Live stuff is not bad sounding at all. They have the feature, but again, it pisses me off that you have to buy plug-in, or I don't know if they are built into these, but and you have to buy the D-Live pack. Does not come free with Ventus. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's more and more money. It's not a bad system. I mean, let's be honest. Once you reach the $35,000 console price range, they're all good sounding. They all have the feature, you know, they think about that. They will have all the feature that you would want on those consoles. If you want to have extra plug-in, that's where, you know, the Behringer Wing is crazy to me, because you get on the Wing, you get those plugins for like dirt cheap. Like when you think about everything that you would pay for the console, and if you price those plugins that you have in the wing for, let's say, $50 each, you already pay back the console, the cost of buying the console just in plugin. I believe the pack for the SQ series is around $500 to $600 for like the full series of everything. But man, it's add up quickly. So I don't know, man. I don't know. I just honestly don't know what's cool with that and what's not. I personally believe that, yeah, though the SQ series is entry level. Some people were freaked out with this entry level, but yeah, to go back on the Adventus stuff, I would not mind mixing on it. Maybe the UI that I see from LNE is not my preferred one. I prefer the UI of Midas, and I'm playing a lot with the Midas Pro series and a lot with the Wing, so maybe I'm more in the mindset of these consoles, the way that the things are done, because they are, you know, Midas and Behringer are a sister company. I think everybody in the world know that. And they probably borrow from the mentality. And it's not the same engineer, but they probably borrow from the mentality of one another. They probably talk to each other, you know, at Christmas parties and go like, oh, we did that this way and did that this way. So I don't know, man. I don't know. All that to say that I'm not against the Adventus stuff. It's good sounding, but I don't think it's the best investment. And to go back on the previous question about the Digico, I don't know if it will be a justifiable option for me. Looks like the remote app for Pro1 is for offline use only. Example, you build a scene and you upload it. I'm guessing here. And Mac only. Yes, I believe it's Mac only. And it's for only the 32-bit OS, and I know that for sure. It doesn't, as soon as you go, I think, over, is it Mojave or Catalina OS, it's not working anymore, and that's already a couple years old. Like, maybe not 10, but 5 to 6 years old. 32-bit systems are not a thing anymore, but yeah, it's 32-bit only. It's never been converted to a 64-bit OS. I don't know if anybody can do that, or if anybody can have a way to run that. I would love to, because I don't have any computer running 32-bit OS anymore. I'm thinking about maybe buying a laptop, like an old anything for $100, and put an SSD in it and running an old version of Mac OS just to play around with show file for the Pro Series. But if anybody know how to convert the 32-bit to 64-bit software so it can run, I would really appreciate. Let me know in the comment down below. But yeah, no. I know, Patrick, it's not... Are you selling that mug? Because you're asking to fall down. What do you mean? It's sitting there. No. It's not on the edge. It's not on the edge. Now it's on the edge. I like to fool around with you guys, especially with the coffee mugs on the console. It's so funny for me. Yes, we're teasing each other. That's what we're doing here. LNE, you have to buy the plugin and D-Pack, but with Midas you get free plugin, which is lovely, in which LNE. I wish I only have that. I think it's doubles $1,000. Yeah. It's a CGI mug. I would love to. No, actually, I need to work on coffee mug. I seriously want to do some, just like, I don't know. I'm juggling with ID right now, and I'm so busy with work, or I was so busy with work lately, that I had to put everything on the side, you know, YouTube and everything, in my sickness from last Monday. But I want to invest I'm looking more at YouTube as a long-term, a slow-growing, long-term thing where I can, you know, do some small, slow increment in stuff. Like, I want eventually to have a store with mug, maybe a t-shirt or two, but I don't want to do it about myself. I want to do it about some, you know, some funny stuff. Like, I don't know, I have some ideas for stuff to put on a coffee mug. I'm thinking about that. I need to figure out a good way to sell it, which makes sense for me, and I don't want to sell crap just to sell crap. I want to get something that is decently made, at least. But I'm definitely looking into black coffee mug with some sound guy stuff on it. We'll see what's happening with that. Is there anything else that we need to check on? Because I think I've been live for like 5 hours, which is a really long time. I just woke up. I still didn't have a breakfast. It's around, I don't know, 5 at night here. Oh, it's 4. It's 4. So I've been live for 5 hours. It's 4 o'clock. I think I want to check out and go have a lunch. I would need to check out what's happening with the Pro1. I would definitely do some video on the Pro1. I need to rethink my setup. I need to rethink my camera positioning, and I would need to find a way to send a information to OBS. Oh, it's still early for you, Rob. The other way that I think I could do this is maybe in OBS using a command where inside OBS, if you have some input information like sound change, it could trigger a camera change or a scene change in OBS. Something that I can probably do, and I don't know if it's gonna work or if it's, but I think I could use something like the external oscillator with a cable connected to my audio interface, and when I enable that oscillator, it will trigger my audio input to a certain level, and once I get signal into that audio input level, it could activate the camera change inside OBS. That's my worst case scenario, because I would really like to just make it thing easy on me and have my sound coming from my 2 pair of XLR out from the back here, my shotgun mic connected here, so that way if I'm playing back some stuff, you would be able to, you know, do some stuff. Patrick, you've been working really hard and show MIDI. Some MIDI at least on the Midas Pro, it seems. Okay, well, I will take a look at that while having a lunch. We'll see what's going to happen with that. When will you have another live stream, and where do you do a video on the Pro1 when it comes to the console? Overview, patching, etc. Probably short video, and you would upload to your channel. Definitely, I would have that happening. Probably not today. But the wing is out of the studio for now. It's going to be clean and it's going to be on sale later today. I plan on doing a couple videos. I've talked with some friends. You know, some people ask me, why did you buy a Pro1 for the upcoming shows? You know, my last vlog was seen by a lot of people from around me, and some of the guys were questioning my Some of the guys were questioning my purchase because some information were not clear about those consoles. So I think if I clear out those information, when people see a Pro1 or a Pro2 on their rider, they will not freak out and will go like, oh, okay, maybe I can use this because now I watch my small video, or if I cover that stuff enough, I can probably figure out how to do it on a Pro1 and make it happen. Like something really stupid, but a friend of mine that is subsidizing for me tomorrow asked me, how do you load a show? There is no video on YouTube because those consoles are pre-YouTube or pre-Sound Guy on YouTube. Those consoles do not have a video on any Pro Series on how to load and save a show. So I was like, oh, okay. That would make sense. Can you do cascading on the Pro Series? And the answer is no, you can't. But this thing has 40 channel with 24 preamp in the back. So you don't need much more than a Pro 1 to do a show. If you're willing to, actually there's many ways to approach this, but if you're willing to deal with the console using the 24 preamp in the back and the 2 AES-50 ports, not AES-EBU port, there is 2 AES-EBU input on this. If you were to use this, you could definitely get a Rock Band going. And if they have modeler with AES-EBU output, you could save 2 physical input by having, you know, AES cable running through your console. And you can daisy chain that to a front of house console if you don't mind sharing gain. So it was at some point on the band that I'm touring with the Pro 1, it was an option. It's not totally ruled out, meaning if the band right now is running on 28 input. So if I really wanted to, I could add a converter. I have a friend of mine got a Yamaha converter. Well, actually, you saw it in my vlog about the Pro 1. It was this one. Actually, no, not this one, but this one's gonna end up with a converter in it, and I could, if I really want to, have 4 physical preamp, and I could end up to 28 and tour with the band that, you know, I'm already touring with these console without having any DL. So you cannot cascade the Pro Series, but I don't think you could. I don't think you need more than 40 input on a footprint that small. And if I really want to, I can add another DL and just not do the mic gain. I could add a 151 on it and call it a day. I'm sorry, I tried to read the chat. What's going on here? Guy was saving scene and loading them through MIDI. Okay, so there's hope. Okay, I know it can actually. Hold on, I don't know what video you sent to me, Patrick. Is it the one from Periphery? Because as I'm talking right now, it just remind me that the guy in Periphery used to tour with a Pro Series, and he was showing his setup. The console was receiving MIDI from the guitar pedal on stage, and it was changing the pan and the volume, if I remember correctly. So maybe I can do the same thing the other way around. We'll see what's happening with that. So on that note, guys, that's going to be it for me. I'm going to close that on the 5-hour mark. Are we there? Are we there on the 5-hour mark in 1 minute? That was from Sweetie Production. Okay, I'll definitely take a look at that. So I'll go grab some food and think about this and figure out a way. Because long story short, even if I can't play around with the software, I definitely want to play with the hardware of these things. I want to have like at least one of my Pro console with a trackpad instead of a trackball. James, you love your Pro 2C. Yeah, the Pro 2C is a really good console. 56 input and rooms for days. Honestly. And by the way, when I said the Pro 1 is 40 channel, it's 48. It's 40 plus the 8 return. The 8 return are less capable channel. If you let me move my coffee mug out of the way. They are, I don't know if you guys cannot see this, but they have the trim, they have the EQ on them, but they do not have dynamics. They have insert capability, but they do not have any gate or EQ, and it's a 4-band EQ that can be sent into every single channel. So if you need to have just an EQ, and maybe worst case scenario, you can insert a compressor, these could be really good for you to have. The list of effect of the Pro 1 is a little on the short side, but there's compressor in there. There's actually a block of 8 compressor gate, you know, those old Clark Technic purple 8 preamp rack. You can use an insert block and have 8 preamp or 8 compressor available if you really want to go that route, and the amount of insert is unlimited on the channel strip. So you can have, well, no, the one, sorry, that came out wrong. The amount of every single channel could have an insert. So if you wanted to have, you know, a 8 rack of insert with a compressor, you could double up the compressor on that, because in the rack you can do it. Long story short, I will have the video on that. James, you add the RPM dynamic ES interface for recording in waves. Oh, that's really nice. I'm looking actually for a recording solution because I want to record at least 24 channel on the Pro Series, and I'm thinking about the 9630 from Clark Technic, but I don't think it's available at the moment, and I don't know. I'm looking at the Cobalt stuff that's going to come out really soon, but I don't think it's the best solution for me. I would love to have 48 channel of recording. Oh, hi, you're live now. I was about to leave. Yeah, the Cobalt, but I don't think the Cobalt is compatible with AES-50 port. I think, and I need to check my phrasing on that. I think it's HyperMac only, and I don't think what that means is a single AES-50 line is SuperMac. It's not HyperMac, and SuperMac is it's a regular AES-50 line, I believe, and HyperMac is a snake port. Snake port is more than 48 channel, but I Baba. Oh yeah, man, sorry. Yeah, the 9630 for USB. Yeah. Just join in. Yeah, I'm thinking about buying an option for recording with the Pro 1, but I don't know what to buy. The Cobalt thing maybe is an option, but I don't think it can do it. Because if I understand correctly, that the Cobalt thing device, it can record a snake channel, which is 192 channel, but not in the same format. But I think the Cobalt thing can only do that. It cannot take AES-50 input, because otherwise it will give you 48 channel by 48, which will be good for me. But I don't know. I don't have enough information about the product. All right. Sorry, Baba, to leave you out as soon as you join, but X32 core for AES-50 conversion. Yeah, but you cannot connect an X32 to this. It's not the same clock, because otherwise I would just get myself a X32 core to convert and use as a USB interface. And I sold my core. Oh, you gotta be here for a long time, but I just streamed for 5 hours. So I don't know. I need to figure out a way. Of course, a 9630 would work, but it will only give me 24 channel. I could go to and do a aggregated device on Mac OS in this, but I don't know. And I wanna have a way. I wanna have a way to get at least 24 channel. 24 channel would be my bare minimum for recording, but I don't know. I want to bring a laptop also with this thing and having a way to play around with the show file if I ever need it. But also if I'm gonna have that up. I'm probably gonna have the console with me, so why would I play around with a computer? And I also want to try something else physically. For the storage, to do a backup, I want to try to put a hard drive or an SSD hard drive in there on the computer. There are plenty of SATA port on this thing, so I want to try out a couple things. Maybe if I can just drop a hard drive in there and just get a wing. Yeah. Yeah, I should get a wing. Definitely. I should replace my every single Pro 1 with a wing. It would give me 48 channel of recording, will give me plugin, will give me mixing station. It would give me, like, it's like they have, you know, a 10-year gap in technology between those two. How funny would that be to have a wing? But if only I could grab a wing as easily I can grab this thing, because without the case, with the case, forget it. The case for these things are made to go in trucks. Makes no sense for me to carry that around. But just the console itself, I can easily carry it around in my house. A couple flight of stairs to, you know, take it from the basement up to go out. You will soon be able to have a wing in that for me. Of course, at some point, and I don't know when, at some point, the compact is gonna release. Some picture leaked. At some point, it's gonna release, but until that happen, I'm gonna stick with the Pro 1. But I think within next year, we should see a compact version, and it will be probably a slow upgrade for me. I'm also, by the way, I also want to have a DM3 from Yamaha, or maybe not, because maybe the compact or the rack version will be my small console. But I really like the idea of having like a console that is that big with a big screen and just calling it a day. And flipping through page, the console is only 16 input, mono 16 mono input. But to do, like, you know, small acoustic shows here and there, I don't want to use an XR. I don't want to use MR18 because I have access to those, but I like to mix with fader. And the DM3 was looking like a really interesting solution for me. But if I could get, you know, if I could get a Pro 1 with this part only, maybe I can chop the, maybe I can cut, you know, I remove the physical input and remove some stuff, but we'll see that. Is there a rumor of DM5? No, actually, it's the DM7 compact. The DM7 compact is about what I'm talking now. The DM7 compact, I believe, is 16 fader wide with a big screen on it and 1 or 2 buttons. I don't remember if they are on the right side of the screen or if they are in the bottom, but yeah, basically. So we'll see. On that note, guys, if I don't stop there, you guys gotta keep coming at me with questions. I love that. I really, really like that. It's always fun to play around. Always fun to play around with you guys in the basement, but I need to grab some food because otherwise I'm gonna fall face first on the floor, and we absolutely don't want that. So, guys, have a good one. It was a pleasure doing this long stream with you. I'm gonna have a break, and maybe I will tune back in. Maybe. Actually, trying the SSD thing could be easy. So I'm gonna maybe try to do this, and maybe try to do USB hub. I want to have a USB hub in there so I can connect the storage here, and also maybe a USB key that I can glue inside this thing, because the whole thing, okay, you guys probably cannot see this, but the whole basement of this thing is empty. There is a micro ATX motherboard in the middle, and actually I should do this. I should start a stream, and I'm gonna go have a lunch. I'm gonna start a stream and I'm gonna open up the Pro 1 board here and we can see what's in there, because I don't think there's a lot of information of what's in there. So I can probably do that once we're done, once I'm done eating. So stick around, subscribe to the channel to see if I go live. Make sure to have the notification on to know when I'm going live. And until I randomly stream again, I want you guys to please have a great day. Thank you very much for joining in today for this long stream, and we'll see you guys later. Oh no, wrong camera. Well, later on it will be that camera. Have a good one, guys.